Testing, testing. 1 2 1 2. Test, test. Is everything working? Are we live? I may have forgotten how to stream. You are testing? Hey, there we go. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in. I hope you all had a good Christmas. Hope you all managed to spend some time with your family and friends. Testing, we're so back. Furniture jump scare. There we go. Alright, glad to see that everything is actually working. Right. Oh, hold on. Let me get to these members. Toaster, thank you for being a Footstool for 4 months. I hope you had a good Christmas, Chairman. I did. Thank you for the well wish. I hope you had a good one too. Gabriel, thank you for being a Footstool for 15 months. I wish you a Merry Christmas, Armchair. Very much appreciated. Makiris, thank you for the gifted membership. Welcome to the new Footstool. Hope you enjoy those emotes. And Knockney Moose. Wait, hold on. Was this... I need to remember from last time. I think... Wait, Funless, is that you? Thank you for being a Footstool for 17 months. Hope you had a Merry Christmas, Chairman. I did. And Jane, thank you for being a Footstool for 16 months. Merry belated Christmas, Chair. Merry belated Christmas to you too. And Shiria, thank you for being a Footstool for 8 months. Merry belated Christmas. Merry belated Christmas to you too. Nothing but rain on Christmas Day. Yeah. It was actually a pretty cold Christmas here in Australia. But I don't live in a part of Australia that ever gets snow. So someday I would like to see what that looks like, what an actual white Christmas is like. But that is for future me to think about. Knockney? Hold on. Yeah, Funneless? I think I remembered correctly. But the confirmation. I am Batman, thank you for the 2. Snow on Boxing Day today? Must be nice, must be nice. I spent my Xmas weathering a storm and now I gotta boil water for a few days. I hope you're doing okay. I hope you're doing okay. Please do not die on Christmas or after Christmas. Immediately after Christmas. That would be awkward. Went down to minus 12 Celsius here. It was cold AF. All about the cookie. It's all about the... I read that as cookies. But it turns out you said cocaine. Yes. Cocaine for Christmas. My favorite. Merry humid and rainy Christmas, Chairman. Yeah. It's always so funny, because you grow up in Australia, or at least I did, seeing all of the cartoons and movies and all of the media basically presenting Christmas as this sort of cheery winter holiday where there's snow and, you know, everything's all cold and everyone gets together and gets warm, etc., etc. And then you grow up, you actually develop a consciousness, you look around and you realize that Christmas in Australia is one of the hottest times of year. Did you like your Sony chart Christmas gift? Yeah, when you brought up the fact that somehow Noah Talent and Lucid Media and Etheria was involved in it somehow, I was curious to see what exactly the connection was, and I was not disappointed. Sup, Armchair? Stop lying about being Australian. I know what you really are. You can say it, Zan. It's alright. It's okay. I've admitted to being both Australian and the C word, so it's okay. Lamo is fake Mexican, you are fake Australian. Don't let our government catch you saying something like that. I know they have some pretty interesting speech laws over there, and over here too, for that matter. Or at least our politicians are trying to push for that to be the case. Minus 12C isn't bad where I live. Oh. Oh dear. I expect it's probably greener grass effect where, I don't know, I would like to see what it's like to have a very cold and snowy Christmas, but I imagine that for you, something like a warmer Christmas would probably be more of a novelty. Living in the tropics takes a lot of the magic out of Christmas. That is true, but how much of the magic is from what we are fed as children, I do wonder. If America was not the dominant media production superpower internationally, I do wonder if the Christmas magic, so to speak, would be different from what it is today. If Christmas stayed a more, I do wonder if Christmas stayed a more Christian thing rather than becoming corporatized as much as it did. If we would still have snow and cold be associated with Christmas as much as we do today. Cold isn't bad. If it would be getting too hot during the year, I'd be dying way more. That is true, that is true. I do much prefer cold to heat. You can put on as many layers as you like, but, well, there's only so many you can take off before indecency becomes a problem. FaceCon in Cali. Yeah, I saw that. It's so funny that FaZe could not pull off a Texas con because they got ghosted by Gaylord. It's just such a funny sentence to say. In my country, Christmas has slowly but surely turned into vacations and summer thing that advertisers have adapted. Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. Because it's much more palatable to a general audience than, Christian celebration. Because everyone can relate to summer and holidaying, whereas something religious is a little more difficult to sell. Stupid question, why do I have to share space with illiterate people who can't read? I mean, that's everyone on the internet, right? Everyone has to share space with people who can't read when you exist on the internet. So a woman claps during Christmas Eve Mass. Oh dear. Oh dear. Doubt it Christmas was derived from Yule. That's true, that's true. A reminder that Coca-Cola made Santa red. He originally had a green suit. Yeah. I remember that as a child, learning that bit of lore was the beginnings of me losing the Christmas magic, so to speak. Knowing that the thing that I previously associated most with Christmas was actually just an advertising tool, essentially. Wait till you see 4 months as Christmas period starting from September. I do remember, it's that meme of, you go into a supermarket and you listen to the music that they're playing and you track how long it takes before they start playing Mariah Carey. And it creeps one day earlier every year throughout the month of December. But I don't think, well, there are hard limits on that kind of stuff, that kind of thing, right? Because Christmas has its own sort of buffer period before, it has its own buffer period before December hits. It can't extend further than December because that's when New Year's is. But it can only push up so far before it begins to press against Halloween. So I don't imagine that Christmas would start in September, but if you do get event creep, so to speak, I could see it extending into maybe late November. I remember when we celebrated Saturnalia in the glory of in the glorious Roman Empire. I'm sure you do. Christmas is just capitalism, the holiday at this point? Yeah, pretty much. I didn't get abused. Easter is kind of following the same path. Well, actually, I shouldn't say following. I think Easter has fallen down the same path, to be honest, as well. So it's kind of the same thing. I didn't get abused by my younger nieces this Christmas. But holy god, the youngest one straight up barbaric when opening gifts. Yeah, they don't really have a touch for being delicate with the wrapping paper, do they? I always find that wrapping gifts intended for children is such a futile exercise. I don't know why you would. I mean, I guess it's sort of, I guess it's sort of the prettiness factor, I suppose. But yeah, I never really understood why you would bother putting a lot of effort into wrapping gifts for kids. Because they do just rip the entire thing apart. Like, I can understand if you just slapped a bow or a ribbon onto something that you're going to give them, because that's, you know, that's easy for them to remove. That doesn't require them to break anything. That's not too much effort either. But I don't understand wrapping those gifts. Funnest thing about the two, my workplace plays Christmas music all year round. That sounds insufferable. I'm sorry for your loss. Eddie Philippines celebrates Christmas starting from September to early January. Holy... Wow, that is... You know what? I can see why there is a stereotype around Filipinos being a little more menjera, if that is the case. Master Ren, thank you for the 5. VTuber cons in general seem to run into problems. Since we're planning streams like how to properly run a con. How to properly run a con is probably not so much my alley, mostly because of the fact that I have no experience running a con, so that's not something that I would feel comfortable talking about. It's one thing for me to look at, for example, how Offkai's handling their public statements, especially around issues where they have failed to make sure that their staffers are properly representing the con on social media. That's one thing. That's within my wheelhouse. But actually talking about things like how to run a con properly, if I were to do a stream on that, it would mostly be me trying to find someone who does have actual experience doing that, and then mostly just asking them questions interview style, rather than me doing an entire stream on my own. I remember when the druids of our tribe sacrificed 5 foxes and 10 deer to the elder gods, and we danced around the maypole. Is this some sort of Latinx ritual that I'm not familiar with? Imagine taking the wrappings off only to get the packaging that requires scissors. You know the one? Yeah. The answer to how to do a con is don't. Most cons are going to have some form of scarf. Because, let's be honest, when you have an event that is mostly run by volunteers, you're never going to get the same standard of professionalism as, you know, let's say some sort of more organized event where everyone is paid to be there and work there. Druids, the mystery of the druids. Niji member comes back, Hollow member graduates. You know, now that you did bring that up, the whole... How do I say this? One of the streams that I have planned for January is definitely going to be a stream around how EN audiences treat the idea of transparency. Because I found that topic to be especially interesting in the aftermath of the VARPro termination. The... Oh wait, what was him? I remember the name of the talent. The First Stage Productions termination and Kanata's graduation. Because on the surface, those three individual events are probably not something that people would connect in their head. Or I haven't seen a lot of people connecting those things. But they exhibit, between the three of them, they exhibit some very interesting trends in terms of how people approach the idea of transparency. More so that when people ask for transparency, it doesn't seem... Well, I mean, we've known this for a while, right? Everyone here knows this, right? That transparency, when people say transparency, they don't actually mean it most of the time. But more so how much dissonance there is in the idea of audiences wanting transparency in the West. Because, very interesting thing about VARPro, they tried to go with the transparency route, didn't quite work out. Same thing with First Stage Productions, they did try to go with the transparency route. Not in the same way as VARPro, but slightly different. And then in the case of Kanata's graduation, you had basically as close to full transparency as a major VTubing corporation would come. And yet there was still a very negative reaction across a lot of English-speaking audiences. Some of which did seem characteristic of not even using the information that was made public by Kanata and Cover. Which is, again, it is an interesting trend to take note of. So there is probably going to be a stream some point in January looking at those three alongside one another. I did connect them. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I would hope that, I would hope that some of the people who are, here would have looked at those three alongside one another, especially the fact that they took place basically strung together over the course of what, December, late November. I would hope that some of the people looked at all of those three and went, huh. The way that people are reacting to them, especially on Twitter, is very indicative of the whole adage that, transparency is a meme, right? Doesn't quite work. Variants tried transparency, it didn't seem like it to me. The reason why I say that Variants tried transparency was because they announced that Fido was being suspended. That is a degree of transparency that is... It's not something that I would recommend in the cases of most corporations. Actually, I made a tweet about this. I think I pulled it up as well. But hold on, let me see if I can just pull it up now. Stop noticing. You overestimate. Perhaps I am a little idealistic, but that is also me wanting to pursue a very specific demographic when it comes to my audience. I aim more so to cater to people who do have an interest, at least, in connecting the dots when it comes to instances like the three I just mentioned. Hold on, I think I need to scroll through my timeline and try and retrieve that particular tweet. Western fans demand rats for the rat god. Perhaps they do, perhaps they do. The chat needs more gatekeeping. Too busy noticing, two things to focus on. What? Dizzy said noticing bad. Sure. It's funny though, Okay, hold on. Right, so okay, I think I found the tweet, so let me just screenshot it so I can pull it up on screen. So I had someone actually ask me on Twitter when Vapro announced that they were issuing a suspension to Fido. And, as you can see, if you go back on the post, a lot of people did not like that, right? But someone asked me, I remember when Niji was getting blasted for stealth suspensions. I guess that perception has changed, ? People didn't act like this when Vesper got his 2-week suspension, etc, etc, etc. So, basically someone was asking me, why are people reacting like this? Has public opinion around suspensions changed, etc, etc? And that did get me thinking, what do people actually want when it comes to suspensions? Because I realized that when people retroactively, when people say they don't like stealth suspensions, usually what they mean is they don't want suspensions at all. So it doesn't actually matter how you end up announcing them. If you do one in the first place, you've already lost, so to speak. So hold on, let me pull it up. So the reason why I say that suspensions, right? The reason why I say that suspensions are generally speaking not a great generally speaking that announcing that you're going to suspend talent is not a winning play. It's not strictly quote unquote better than doing one discreetly or not doing one at all, is mostly because if you do announce to your audience, right? Basically, so I'll just read out the tweet word for word. Having seen other examples of companies trying to live up to Ian's standards of transparency prior to this, I've since changed my stance on stealth suspensions. When most fans criticize stealth suspensions, what they actually mean is, why are there suspensions at all, as opposed to having an issue with how they are communicated / disclosed. Transparency is, for the most part, a trap laid for companies that are too reliant on Twitter to inform their PR strategy. Suspensions are actually a great way of demonstrating this because there is literally no winning play, even with quote-unquote transparency. If the company issues a stealth suspension, then they may be deceiving their audience or lying by omission, but neither they nor their talent will receive any scrutiny unless this is exposed later on. If the company issues a suspension, and announces it without providing a reason/full context, then they will often be accused of being heavy-handed with no justification. And finally, if a company does issue a suspension and announces it alongside a breakdown of the behavior that caused it, then they will open themselves up to further scrutiny while either 1. If the justification is deemed by the public to be insufficient, that the company looks like it's punching down. 2. If the justification is deemed to be sufficient, then that erodes goodwill for the talent upon their return. The kicker is that 1 and 2 are not even mutually exclusive, because different members of the public will end up falling into either camp at the same time. The result of this is that companies are heavily incentivized to either A. hide whenever they issue a suspension, or B. adopt a policy of extremes where possible infractions are either ignored or result in termination. If your stance is that suspensions themselves are a bad practice, then that is a separate discussion. But for the most part, and this is the way that I end the tweet as well, I feel like talking about suspensions in terms of the way that they are announced, I don't think that that is a conversation that is very worth engaging in for most companies. Now, if you want to discuss whether suspensions as a practice are good or not, that's fine. That's a completely different topic. But when it comes to how to disclose that you're doing suspensions, I think that is a topic that at this point has been settled in practice, if not in terms of rhetoric. I think it has been pretty conclusively proven over the last month alone that people generally don't care about how suspensions are communicated to the public. Too many people still refuse to acknowledge this is an industry worth millions, where people enter to profit. Everyone's out to help themselves. Yeah. Or it's not even that though. It's more so, well, I suppose it is partly that, but it is part of a long-standing trend in terms of, for want of a better way of phrasing it, discourse in this space, where people don't like thinking about things in terms of incentives. For example, if you are trying to enforce a code of conduct in a shared space where we're all working to make money, right? We all have an obligation to one another, to a shared endeavor or organization to make money, protect the brand image, etc., build it up to something that increases our chances of all making a paycheck at the end of the day. How do you actually enforce those shared codes of conduct? You have to provide some form of penalty for those who break that. In other words, just as you include positive incentives of, if you do this, you'll earn more money, you also have to include negative incentives in the form of, if you do this, then there will be XYZ penalty. And ideally, the penalty is not going to be something that affects the entire company. Because make no mistake, if you don't enforce those codes of conduct, there is still a penalty. It's just shared across people. It's just distributed amongst the entire organization or the entire endeavor. So the problem is you have to make that trade-off, right? You have to enforce some form of individualized penalty for people who do not uphold those codes of conduct. How do you do that? Well, the two options seem to be suspension, termination, or at least when people talk about this kind of stuff, they tend to default to those two. If you don't want suspensions, then what are you going to get? Ideally, ideal scenarios, right? Everything gets worked up behind the scenes because people will talk out their differences. If there is a difficult relationship between the management and a specific talent or employee, that gets resolved behind the scenes because they are able to reach some sort of amicable agreement out of view of the public. But that is the ideal scenario. That's not the way that things always work in practice. So when things do fall through in practice, what do you do? And the answer is, if you don't want suspensions to be a thing, then it will either go into the camp of nothing, which is essentially not enforcing your own codes of conduct, or termination, which is the most extreme form of penalty. And I don't think that people who argue for no suspensions are really acknowledging how... I don't think that people arguing for the complete elimination of suspensions realize that that is the logical conclusion of what they are arguing. Because statistically speaking, it's not going to be possible that every single instance of an employee breaking some sort of agreed code, it's not going to be possible that every single instance of that can be resolved amicably. Perhaps it is part of a recurring pattern of behavior, perhaps it is, perhaps they simply signed on someone who is incompatible with the organization and its expectations. In scenarios like that, if you can't reach an amicable agreement between the two of you, what do you do from that point onwards? And I think that if you don't allow suspensions to be a part of the consequences of that, then you are going to end up with either no consequences or extreme consequences, relatively speaking. Michael Ore, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Welcome to 5 new Footstools. Hope you enjoy those emotes. Be sure to thank Michael for handing them out. In that case, would it be fair to compare fans as overprotective parents? Yeah, I think that's a very accurate description. I think that's a pretty good analogy. Because the way that most fans behave around their Oshi or around their... there is a little bit of a tendency when you look at the average VTuber fan base and the relationship that they have with their Oshi. There is a little bit of, little overprotectiveness that is kind of endemic to it. And I don't think that that's abnormal per se, but it does make for some awkward scenarios or situations when when the talent is part of a corporation and when there is any sort of friction or disagreement between the corporation itself and the talent, right? Because it is not one thing that has become clear since Selengate at the beginning of 2024 is that there is a heavy incentive for every talent management disagreement to be presented as something similar, but not every single one is. Not every single disagreement between a corporation and a talent is as straightforward as just the corpo is always in the wrong and the talent is unilaterally a victim. And I think that, well, this is something I talked about in the stream on sacred cows in the industry earlier on this year, which we will bring up at some point later on in the stream. But there is very much a... Since Selengate was a thing, people have been chasing that high, so to speak, ever since. And it has resulted in, I think, a dumbing down of general... a dumbing down of the average viewer's ability to evaluate situations of disagreement or friction between a talent and a corporation with nuance. So VTuber fans are... I think everyone is on the Karen spectrum to some extent. I wouldn't single out VTuber fans specifically, right? I myself am a VTuber fan, and I would assume that all of you guys are as well, which is why you're bothering to watch this stream. But it's not so much that I wouldn't call it Karen behavior. After all, I'm not going to pretend like it's unnatural that someone's going to be protective of their Oshi. That's very understandable. But at the same time as I acknowledge that that's normal, I'm not going to hesitate to point out that that does create blind spots. That also creates obstacles when it comes to nuanced discussion regarding norms and practices in this industry. Because, well, the fact is that not every single instance, like I said before, right? Unilateral victimhood is a very tempting brush to paint things with, but it is not a healthy one. Mercurius, thank you for being a footstool for 17 months. Internet can't afford any more dumbing down. You say that, but I think people can surprise you with just how low we can make things go. Maybe people just have a savior complex. They believe that they can save their Oshi from an oppressive enemy. You know, Noxon, there is quite a lot of merit to that suggestion, because I do think that there is a big element of that, especially on Twitter, where things are, you know, people do things to, you know, for performative reasons, not just for authentic reasons, because it's social media, right? That's you know, that's part of when you engage with any medium, it shapes the methods of engagement, and that is one of the methods of engagement that is inherent to using that platform, right? When people get angry at things on Twitter, it is mostly so that other people can see them being angry on Twitter. So there is very much an aspect of that, you know, like you said before, that savior complex, as well as the need to perform a savior role, right? But again, it all circles back to the point where it dumbs down discourse. It dumbs down the ability to talk about, perhaps, you know, some of the more underrated or overrated trends and practices in this industry. Jacob Voxfires, thank you for the 10. I think we are going about it backwards, because what would someone do for the fans to agree on a suspension? I don't think there is one. It is either let them go with rule breaking or terminate. See, that's the thing, right? If someone has let's say, for example, that you have a talent that keeps nudge, wink, winking their audience, their corporate audience, towards their PL account or towards their indie account or whatever. Now, that is against the contract, right? Presumably, because most corporations have the sense to say that you can, you know, while they may allow their talents to stream on two identities and one. And I want to make it clear, this is not an example that's supposed to be explicitly drawn from any of the scenarios that I previously raised, right? This is just a hypothetical. And when I say that, I mean it. Let's say you have a talent that just keeps wink, and nudging their audience towards their PL account or towards their indie account, right? While they are streaming under their corporate identity. How do you deal with that as a corporation? Because that's likely not an explicit breaking of any rules. But you can understand what's going on. You have eyes, you have a brain, you understand that what they are doing undermines the spirit of the agreement, even if it's not, you know, even if it's not an explicit one. Or actually, yeah, Strikers, that you point out a pretty interesting counterexample as well. For example, let's take Hachima, right? When she had that breakdown on stream, you don't want to punish her for that, for example, because of the fact that, you know, she's not doing so out of any sort of malice. It's just an unfortunate circumstance. How do you deal with that? Right? And usually it's not going to be, you know, just terminate them or ignore it. But with the example that I just pointed to, right? Someone who's actively, you know, very different circumstance from the one that you pointed out, Strikers, but still something that I think encapsulates why you don't really want to default to one of those extremes all the time, is if someone is undermining the spirit of your agreement without crossing the line over to an explicit break in the contract or from the contract, how do you deal with that? Like, naturally, behind the scenes, you're going to have to sit down and have a conversation, right? You have a sit down with them, you say, do we have a problem? And then you go from there, basically. But if the behavior continues, then what are you going to do? How do you send a message that that's not okay and that's not going to be tolerated? You don't want to terminate them outright, ideally, because, well, that's... if they haven't explicitly broken their contract, that can be a bit complicated and messy. But again, it's about securing that standard of... consistency when it comes to abiding by the same codes. They don't really need to anymore. The audience will literally walk over each other's Sheffield. I suppose. But again, hypothetical, right? People exploiting loopholes. it's not just people exploiting loopholes, though. It's also, like, again, like I said, minor infractions, things that don't endanger themselves. It doesn't endanger the company, it doesn't endanger their coworkers, but it is an inconvenience that will grow if allowed to continue. So naturally, you need some way of communicating that it's not okay, some way of incentivizing against it, beyond just saying to them, please stop. But, like I said, I understand if people have different views on this, right? While I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, suspensions are, there's nothing wrong with the practice of suspensions in and of themselves. I think that if they were to be removed, it would be unilaterally bad, etc., etc. I'm willing to hear out other perspectives on whether suspensions as a practice in and of themselves are an essential or underrated even aspect of how you run a VTuber agency. But what I am saying, though, is that most of the time, people don't tend to acknowledge the utility of it as a practice. And when it comes to running a business, you worry about utility more so than, morality, I suppose. Holo announces suspensions, again trying to apply Niji practices to all other corpos right here in this chat. Yeah. And yeah, it's also the problem where, yeah, like you identified, people tend to assume that all of the corporations do things in the exact same way. But it's sort of, like I said, it's a bit of a lose-lose. Where if you announce that, if you have the transparency as a corporation to announce that you're doing a suspension of a talent for whatever reason, I am of the opinion that if a company announces that they are suspending a talent and they are vague about the reasoning behind it, yes, they will tank more of a PR hit, but it's a PR hit that's not going to affect the talent or their return. So generally speaking, the more vague a company is about why they are suspending a talent, the more I'm inclined to believe that that is a company that is operating with the talent's well-being in mind. Because of the fact that, you're just tanking the hit as a corporation. Now, again, there are trade-offs for everything, so even with that approach, you can't do that too often, I suppose, because then the rampant speculation will start to make the other talents in your corporation less appealing to support among certain demographics of your audience. But again, I think that is a topic that's better saved for the actual stream that I end up dedicating to it sometime later on. In a job, you can't let people undermine their contract like that, otherwise it will signal to their coworkers that it's acceptable behavior to undermine the rules. Yeah, exactly. I mean, Twitch as a platform has the exact same problem, where they don't enforce their rules clearly, so it creates metas where everyone takes turns, or I shouldn't say everyone, certain demographics take turns pen testing just how far the community guidelines goes. So, yeah. Master, anything for the 5? Shondo's caused Unicorn Meltdown 2 by giving up the GFE RP. I don't think... I have seen some people connect what Shondo was doing. Actually, hold on. Apini, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. Welcome to the 20 new footstools. Holy shit. Hope you all enjoy those emotes. Be sure to thank Apini for the generosity. Yeah, so... I have seen some people connect what Shondo was saying to Nimi's marriage announcement, but I don't think that they are linked at all. And this is one of the things that... Again, actually, hold on. I might as well switch to the slides at this point, because I think I've been yapping for like close to an hour now. Hold on. Alright, so yeah. As I was saying, one of the things that I want to hopefully... I've been becoming more conscious of, and something that I want to hopefully aim to doing better over the next year or so with my content, is I don't want my content to be this kind of thing, or my ideal objective for the content, the mission statement, so to speak. I don't want to create a scenario where you guys are left in a position where you're sort of... where everything seems connected to everything and you just get stressed out by any individual controversy or yab or whatever. right? I don't want you guys to get caught in a loop of, oh, how will X thing affect or relate to my favorite content creator, regardless of, you know, all other surrounding factors. The whole point behind why I take so much, you know, why I put so much effort into dissecting the surrounding context, the circumstances, the practices, the signs and symptoms that this was coming, etc., is so you guys have a more objective way of measuring how things come to be, and as a result of that, whether things are related or not. And hopefully the result of that is you being able to insulate your enjoyment of the medium from the things that are less palatable in the medium. Understanding that it's not so much that, you know, when a corporation has a yab or a controversy, whatever, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be a sign and symptom that all other corporations are doomed, because there are objective ways of measuring and predicting how that came to be that may or may not be exhibited by whatever other corporation you are currently thinking about or discussing, right? So hopefully, in that same vein, when I look at, for example, Shondo's announcement that she's, you know, cutting back on the GFE, etc., I don't view that as being something that is related to Nimi at all, because very different circumstances surrounding those two announcements, very different content creators, very different personal context that preceded them doing this, right? So when it comes to Shondo, I don't think, to answer your question, I don't think it's related to Nimi at all, right? So it's mostly just she recently came off of, you know, I think she is, how do I say? I'm not going to pretend that I understand, you know, Shondo's personal circumstances. But I would wager that her decision to cut back on the GFE content or whatever is likely going to be a result of her own life circumstances, rather than her seeing something that another content creator has done, you know, making a similar decision. Unless, of course, Shondo's also getting married, right? Then things would be different. But no, her rationale and her reasoning was very different, right? It was mostly just a, you know, I've realized that it's not possible for me to be responsible for that many people's happiness to that extent. And also, you know, I want to make sure that boundaries are put up properly, which is understandable, right? But it's not the same thing as, you know, announcing that you're getting engaged, right? Very, very different, two very different things. So, yeah. Jacob Fox 5, thank you for the 10. I agree with what you're saying. I'm just saying that when it comes to fans, they want all or nothing approach, which is the issue at the core. Fans either want to fight a corpo being bad or the talent. Yeah. And to be fair to you, if I worded my response to your earlier super chat in a way that, you know, made it sound like that's what you were saying, that's not my intention. But yeah, I do very much agree that partly because this is social media, people do tend to default to extremes, right? People want a villain of the week, so to speak. They want to make it so that, you know, like you said, right? They want to fight something. Either they want to fight a talent for being bad to the company and to their gen mates or whatever, or they want to fight a company for being exploitative, I should say. So it's just the case that, you know, that's part of the reason why I say that when you are transparent about the fact that you are suspending your talents, you are in a lose-lose because of that tendency among fan bases, right? Because they are either going to view your lack of rationale as a sign that you are being exploitative as a company, or they are going to, in the case that you do disclose the behavior that caused it, if they view that behavior as being bad, well, now you've just poisoned the well for the talent when they come back from the suspension, which is, you know, that's a problem, right? People can have all sorts of theories, but I just assume that every VTuber has a private life we know nothing about. Personally, I'm glad some of them have husbands and kids. Yeah, I fall into much of the same camp, but I understand if people don't want to be open about that kind of stuff, right? Because especially when kids are involved, I understand not wanting to disclose that you have kids. Because the internet is not a place for children. It is barely a place for the mention of children. Funless, thank you for the 2. Shondo's marrying Nifty. Pretty good headcanon. Thanks for a great 2025, gang. Looking forward to 2026. Oh, the stream, Speed Rover. I'm looking forward to it as well. Chair gonna give these people schizophrenia. I thought this stream was all Zatsu. I mean, pretty much, right? It's Zatsu with slides, which is most of my streams. But, yeah. Hold on. To be clear, since I had a character limit, it was what other people on VT making the connection. I was gonna phrase it like, is what people say about Nimi influencing true? I don't think so. And if you saw it on VT, I mean, to be completely honest, right? Again, part of my pig-headed insistence on trying to tie everything back to a publicly available source from as primary a source as possible is so people don't have to rely on things like VT or Reddit or Twitter to, you know, to, I suppose, come up with, to understand things that are going on, right? Because if you want a more stable bearing to orient yourself in reference to this hobby or your favorite company or your Oshi or whatever, ideally the best source is, you know, the person themselves or the organization themselves. Now, that doesn't mean take everything that is being said by those sources at face value. But again, that's the purpose behind these streams, is to sort of dissect how these statements are worded, how they add up against the surrounding context, and whether those things make sense with one another. Right? But again, that's not so much... The objective is not to sort of induce a sort of collective schizophrenic psychosis where everything seems related to everything, but more so the opposite, where everything can be viewed in its own insulated and self-contained microcosm, where you can objectively evaluate what is going on based off of signs and symptoms that, you know, are actually there in front of you, provided by a primary source. I usually dismiss VT rats without evidence. That's good. That's good. The idea... Oh, no, don't get me wrong, right? Nimi's announcement absolutely did inspire other VTubers, at least, you know, in the short term, to be, you know, open about, like, you know, I have a husband, I have a wife, I have children, etc., etc. But I don't think that Shondo's announcement is related to that in any way whatsoever. More paranoid than schizo. Yeah, that's probably a better word, thanks. So yeah, I don't want to encourage. I aim not to encourage that kind of paranoia, right? So many rats proved true amusingly. That is a pretty accurate description of 2025, to be honest. Hello, I'm very late. No problem. 7 sins, no problem. So yeah, I have been doing quite a bit of thinking about the content I've been doing over the past 2 years, because a lot of you guys will probably have picked up, well, the people who are around right from the start, you have probably picked up on the fact that at least some aspects of the way that I approach these streams has changed, even if only the tone. 2024 was very much the year of, and actually, if any of you have watched my recent collab with Morlington, you probably will have had at least some idea of what I'm about to say. But the 2024 was very much the year where it was when I first entered this content niche, right? It was very much a year where everything was on the table. There was no limit to the potential of what I could do, etc., etc. This was, it was very free, where it was the sort of ground, laying the foundations type thing, where, I was able to come in, lay the groundwork in terms of introducing you guys to a bunch of media theories, etc., etc., apply them to various different scenarios, controversies, etc., and use those to hopefully form, like I said, a foundation of understanding from which we could use to create a set of prejudices and to make a bunch of predictions about the way that this industry would end up evolving, or certain aspects of this industry would end up evolving. Right, so this was, it was very fun because it was the sewing portion of the equation. where, you know, everything was new and we could make our predictions, etc., etc. And that, you know, that was you know, that was fun, right? It was mostly, you know, you had the initial, I suppose, rhetorical gatekeeping of when Shizzy came in and tried to say that all VTubers were racist or some stupid shit like that. And again, if you this is, if you're curious, now that I think about it, this was basically my debut stream. Like, most people have, like, funnily enough, most people have slides where they talk about themselves. These were the slides from my debut, basically. Then you have, you know, the whole defining what is a drama tuber thing, breaking down the stigma, understanding why it exists, and then, you know, compartmentalizing your audience, and also the the funny Shoujo stream in hindsight. And of course, then you expand it out from this, also starting to look at things like platforms being adversarial or hostile to VTubers, Twitch and YouTube. You had, you know, establishing a framework for how to examine and dissect corporate statements that people have been putting out, and also something, again, an issue that has only become more prominent going from 2024 to 2025, which is the way that people try to frame issues that are specific to one content creator as something that is a threat to an entire subgroup of creators. And in this particular case, it was Connor trying to make an Iron Mouse problem look like a VTuber problem, which reinforces the issue that we've discussed previously on, you know, prior streams, of people making Iron Mouse out to be the sort of representative of all VTubers, right? Things like this end up exacerbating that particular issue. And again, a lot of this was laying the groundwork by introducing you guys to specific concepts that we get taught in media school, and giving case studies to prove how they are applicable in this industry, as well as using that as a springboard to, like I said before, form a set of protective prejudices, as well as the ability to make predictions about how certain things end up panning out. And then 2025 was the year where things became, for me at least, there was a slight degree of, you know, when a pessimist is proven right, nobody wins, basically. And this was, 2025 was the year where a lot of the predictions that I made throughout 2024 turned out to be, you know, it was my oh shit, you know, oh shit, we were right kind of thing. Where usually when I don't think I try not to be too, I try to make a very clear delineation between when I'm, you know, talking about something based off of what's readily in front of me and when I'm speculating about something. But yeah, 2025 was when it became less about fun and more about utility, I suppose, at least for me, the way I was thinking about doing these streams. Because you start off 2025 basically going through, so this was the year where I decided to actually have, you know, to yet again pivot the direction of my streams from just introducing you guys to academic theories or practices, etc., etc., to actually applying that knowledge with an increased number of case studies, right? So you have the entirety of January was basically dedicated to a whole bunch of streams going through instances of small corpos that had collapsed the year before, or were in the process of collapsing, I should say. Various different corpo controversies that tend to be overlooked because these are small corpos. They're not as big as Hololive or Niji Sanji. And as a result, they're not talked about as much. Basically going through them and taking note of things like commonalities in their marketing, ways in which their branding exhibited red flags, how certain promises seemed after a while to be, you know, automatically disqualifying when it comes to taking them seriously. And this was the beginning of the beginning of the blackpilling, so to speak, where, you know, you chain together Nexus into Bond Live into Aeon and a bunch of other corpos that failed around the end of 2024. And then finally, from all of those, again, you have that same pattern in my content where after looking through a bunch of case studies, applying these theories that I'm introducing you guys to, we try to turn them into something that can actually, you know, from a retroactive
from retroactive application of knowledge to a proactive application of knowledge. Basically, going through these marketing cliches that all of these companies use to try and sell themselves, despite their paper-thin premises, to hopefully, again, create a bunch of prejudices that people could use to protect themselves from other instances of bad actors coming in making the same promises, essentially. Babler, out of the 3 on Trash Taste, who would have guessed that Connor would end up being the biggest lightning rod? I'd say after a while, I used to watch Trash Taste, and then I started watching anime. But if you have watched Trash Taste, I think that it's not that surprising that Connor's the biggest lightning rod, to put it euphemistically. Yeah. Every time Aeon is mentioned, I get Vietnam-style flashbacks. I feel like most fans of Aeon Project probably have the same response, to be honest. But yeah. So, you already have haters, are you doing something right? I mean, pattern recognition is one of the most ill-maligned traits in modern society, in my humble opinion. But yeah, so essentially what we were doing is establishing patterns, right? Looking through individual case studies, collating data, and from that data, pulling things that we could actually apply to future instances of companies, marketing strategies, and advertising campaigns, marketing slogans, etc., etc., etc. And then, from there onwards, we would expand with even... 2025 was another year where... where we were basically going through even more retrospectives on more companies that tend to be under-discussed, right? So after talking about the Nexus thing, we expanded by going through Harry's, his joy of a his joy of a retrospective on why the company failed, his sort of blog post rant thing on all of the struggles he faced as a poor CEO while the company was in the process of winding down. And after the Bond Live thing, Peter was, kind enough to reach out to me to arrange a stream, a collab where he gave me the opportunity to learn a little bit more about some of the cultural differences between how VTubing in JP works compared to how VTubing in the EN side of things worked. So, and hopefully it's not all, looking back on the content, a lot of it seems kind of doom and gloom. But I'm hoping that there are it's occasions like this that kind of make it worth it for me, where, you get the chance to actually learn something from people who have a degree of expertise and experience that is markedly different from the frame that I am operating off of, right? Like Peter, who comes from, who is endemic to the JP side of the industry rather than the EN side. Akira's thinking for the 5. Noticing patterns is going to be illegal in Australia soon. But yeah. Funnelers, thank you for the 2. 2026 is the year of the Feek and Billy collab. Don't steal his thunder. Don't steal his thunder. The sauna, yeah. You forgot the best stream. No, that's coming up. It is impressive how all these different VTuber companies basically collapse in almost identical sets of problems and issues. Yes, and exactly. That's the thing, right? So part of the reason why I say that the fact that these go under acknowledged is bad for the industry is because, exactly like you said, the way that they collapse, very, very similar. To the point of almost being identical. There are undeniable tropes that recur every single time that one of these companies goes down. And the reason why I put so much effort into trying to articulate and archive, preserve, accentuate these tropes is because they are the objective metrics that people can use to see if something might be going wrong behind the scenes, rather than just having to go off of vibes or I like this talent who is part of this corpo, so I'm going to, ignore, so everyone who's criticizing this corpo must be a hater, or the opposite, which is, I dislike this corpo because of this talent, so everything that people are saying about this corpo must be true, right? Because what I've noticed about the way that most people approach corporate controversies in this space is that a lot of it is based off of vibes, right? A lot of it is based off of, you know, there is very little objectivity in terms of how people approach looking through these controversies and evaluating them, etc., etc. Whether, you know, evaluating whether they are signs of a bigger problem behind the scenes that is not quite visible to the public yet. And I mean, that's understandable, right? That's how I expect most people go about these things, because at the end of the day, we're all busy, we don't have unlimited time, etc., etc., etc. But my hyperfixation, my personal tism, is trying to be a little bit more objective with these things. And so for those who do have a similar interest, that is what I make my content to do, right? Yeah, signs and symptoms are there, but fans don't want to see them, what is happening in front of them. Yeah, and it's not just that, it works the opposite way as well, in the sense that sometimes people will hallucinate exploitation where there isn't any, because they are going off of it based off of vibes rather than objective metrics. So it's, you know, it goes both ways. Billy, thank you for the super. Where's the feet reveal, Lebowski? I promised that at what? I don't remember. Was it 15k or 25k? Something like that. It's a while away, so I'm safe for a while. Artemis, thank you for being a Footstool for 9 months. Bingo card tier list for 2026 drama stream. I should probably make a bingo list. We could possibly make a bingo list at some point later on in the stream, but yeah. Autist to autist communication. Yeah, basically. That is basically what my streams boil down to at the end of the day. 25k? Thank you, Sumo Knight, for remembering for me. So yeah. A lot of my streams boil down to, you know, autist to autist communication. Yeah. No way you promised that. I mean, you know, it's a rite of passage when you are an Ian VTuber. Yeah, Akunko Weebu. That was, we'll get to that in a second, but yeah, one of the more amusing things for me to see throughout the year was, I like his Selen video, but he's such a VShojo hater, right? That was one of the funniest, that was one of the funnier things that some people said about my content, as I pivoted away from just, you know, Niji Sanji bad to actually applying the same theories to other case studies. So every time you answer the when will feed happen, the answer changes. No, I think it's fairly consistent. It's fairly consistent. Now, whether the answer changes depends on whether the other people, whether the other footstools try to pull a fast one on the rest of us. But yeah, so, and then from there you have more retrospectives on cases like Sundaria, which gave rise to the interview with Tomoya, who was kind enough to reach out to me after that particular stream was done, and who also showed up in the chat for the second half of this stream as well. But the point is that a lot of my streams throughout this year are recurring. I suppose the thing that I was building up to was the idea that to forget is to forgive, and way too much gets forgiven in this industry, in my humble opinion. And because the internet has a really short attention span, memories do not go back very far, more than a few months in this industry, usually. Part of my goal with making content this year was to try and remedy that. Now, I'm under no delusion that I'm going to be able to change the overall trajectory of this industry. But I would like to be a factor, or I suppose a refuge, depending on how you want to think of it. A factor in hopefully creating the possibility that it doesn't always have to be this way, as well as a refuge for people who have a memory span of longer than like 3 months, basically. Who actually have an interest in trying to predict things, or at least not being caught off guard, to have an idea as to why certain things happen, when and how they do, right? And that was the purpose behind doing a lot of these retrospectives, and especially these retrospectives on a bunch of companies that at the time didn't really have that much notoriety. These are not HoloLive or Niji Sanji or VSPO or whatever. right? These are, micro corporates for the most part. Corporations that after they collapse or implode, some people might make noise on Twitter for a little bit, but then afterwards everyone forgets. And as they forget the corpo, they also forget the things that led to its collapse, the various red flags that foreshadowed said collapse, and they lose the ability to use that as data to factor into a set of prejudices that may safeguard them against future exploitation. And so that was, it very much was a bit of a theme throughout this year that emerged of having a more retrospective approach towards this content niche, right? Not just, drama of the week, but more so, or what I was aiming for at least, being sort of I said this on Mollington's stream, but the way that I would describe my role is not so much detective work as being the role of being a dog in a forensic team. I just need some indication of where to dig, and well, that's what I did. I tried to dig, and well, I'd say that when it comes to the prejudices we were able to extract from these, the quote-unquote lessons learned from these various controversies that have, for the most part, been forgotten with time, albeit not a lot of time, I'm quite satisfied in saying that I think that we have created a pretty useful resource in general when it comes to identifying a set of objective metrics to assess whether a controversy is a sign of something greater or not. But also, autopsy was the word that I used to describe this approach to doing content. These corpo autopsies, so to speak. But in addition to that, I think that this was also pretty useful. I'm quite satisfied with the manner in which I've been able to demonstrate, for example, certain trends when it comes to wording company notices around specific events. Like, for example, I would not, if you had asked me at the beginning of the year whether there was something new to be learned from Sundaria and the way that it collapsed, I would not have been able to give a cohesive answer. But now that I've actually had the opportunity to do that stream, one of the things that I thought was quite helpful was understanding the whole way that companies signal IP sales, right? For example, that's one of the hyper-specific things from the Sundaria stream that I got out of it, which was, when people, when companies say, we're giving away, we're quote-unquote giving the IPs because, the towns deserve it, or because we want to make sure they get to continue, or whatever. If they don't explicitly say, we gave those IPs away for free, it usually just means they're dancing around the fact that they sold them, right? Which in and of itself is not necessarily a bad thing, right? It's not, I don't think it is evil inherently when a company decides to try and recoup at least some of the initial investment in creating a VTuber model or whatever. But I do think that people were idealizing in their heads, retroactively, when XYZ favorite microcorpo went down, whether they just palmed their IPs off for free or not, right? Based off of what they did or didn't say in their official notices about the company's closure. Medical examiner? Autopsy was the thing I was looking for. If YouTuber fans come here for emotion-driven rants, they're probably going to be a bit let down. Yeah. And to be fair, I do think that the length of the streams does a pretty good job of filtering out most people that are here for just that. But I'm not going to pretend like there is no emotion at all in any of my streams, because there are instances where I will get, I'm capable of having my fun with these topics as well. I will express, I will pepper here and there derision at certain behaviors or practices or attempts at pulling a fast one on the audience, right? But yeah, for the most part, I do try to keep the actual analysis itself a bit more level-headed than just vibes. I don't always succeed, but I do try. VTuber forensics is quite the content niche. I do wish that it was... Well, it's a bit of a double-edged wish, right? I do wish that it was more commonplace to do, as you put it, VTuber forensics, because I find that it is a niche that is... I'm not the only one who fills this niche, right? But I do wish that it was more popular to look at things without it being, well, to make a deliberate attempt at taking off the rose-tinted lenses when you look at things. That was what I ended up doing when I first talked about VShoujo, because I think if you guys remember one of the earliest streams that I did where I was talking about how I got into VTubing to begin with, some of the first VTubers I ended up watching were VShoujo VTubers, which kind of makes sense, right? Because VShoujo was the, was the normie company, basically. But yeah, when I decided to do VShoujo as a topic, part of that involved taking off the rose-tinted lenses and actually looking at what was going on. The evidence that was in front of me that this was not a company that was being run with the talent's well-being in mind. Which at the time, right, like I said multiple times since then, I didn't predict just how bad it was, far from it. But I will suck myself off to the extent where I say that I think I was one of the few people in this niche who did say quite early on that VShoujo's PR approach was not indicative of a company that actually gave a shit about its talents. And I think I remember there was sorry, hold on, give me a second. There was I forget exactly what it was in response to, but I think at some point this was before like June of this year, right? I think at some point in like January or February, I think I was talking to Rima about the way that VShoujo handled messaging around the auditions, right? And I think I was talking to her about how I think that VShoujo really dropped the ball hard with the way that they signal around the auditions, which she agreed, right? And that I also thought that the way that they were handling the backlash around announcing Amelie's acceptance was a complete mess, because they just left, they just left like Zen and stuff to handle all of the people who were, quite rightfully assuming that she was the result of the audition, right? And I think Rima said something like, "Damn, you really don't like the way that VShoujo does stuff." And for the most part at the time, it was kind of like a funny in-joke where I was like, yeah, kind of. That was the role that I guess I assumed out of most of the people in my niche. Was I imagined that I became the resident VShoujo anti. Even though I don't think that is how I would... I don't think that's how I would describe my criticism of VShoujo. Seeing as how a lot of those tended... They in retrospect... I would hope that it is obvious how those were not so much based out of just irrational hatred for the company or its talents, but rather simply applying the same standard that had previously been applied to things like Niji Sanji, En, and realizing that, okay, they don't really pass the sniff test either. There's a certain irony when you think about it, VShoujo being the normie company. I mean, that's mostly because when they decided on the name, they didn't have any intention of staying brand accurate, so to speak. if I may share an analogy, it is my opinion that you are selling salad to an audience largely composed of fast food addicts. People love drama, not long dissertations. And to be fair, I don't blame people for that, right? Because that is simply the nature of the people. When they say they watch VTubers, most people don't say they watch VTubers with the intention of peeking behind the curtain. Not even peeking, full on staring behind the curtain, which is the nature of my content. Most people pursue VTubing, or they enjoy VTubing because of the escapism. So the dissertations, as you put them, I don't expect most people in this industry to be interested in this kind of stuff. But I do see a lot of people expressing dismay or, dismay or concern or feeling betrayal when something happens and they feel like it's out of nowhere. When something bad happens regarding their favorite corporation or regarding their Oshi, and they feel like they're caught entirely in the dark and, oh, how can I believe in this industry again? How can I feel safe enough to become personally invested in something else in the same industry? And I understand that a lot of those complaints are mostly performative, right? I understand that most of the time on Twitter, for example, when people say, oh, this company collapsed, how will I ever trust another company again, right? I understand that most of that is just performative. And that most likely they will be signed up, they'll buy like 10 memberships to 10 other different corpos, or towns in under 10 different corpos, whatever, at some point within the next month or so. But for the people who are genuinely in that position, where they feel like they've been completely blindsided by a yab or a controversy or a collapse, those are the people that I make the content for. If they want the ability, if they are interested in the ability to predict things with a little more accuracy or objectivity, if that is what they want, then that is what I make. That is who I'm making the content for. Because my aim is not to destroy kayfabe, but more so that it's, how do I put this? There exist actors in this industry who leverage kayfabe as a benefit and a veneer to hide their own attempts at cynically exploiting people in this industry. That is what I aim to combat. It is not so much kayfabe itself that I have an issue with, but more so people who skinwalk it in this industry. Because you cannot deny that there are certain instances, when it comes to companies that have Vshoujo was a big example of this, right? That's the example that people default to. But Vshoujo wore the aesthetics of what VTubing could provide as a medium, right? People's expectations of VTubing. And they used it in the most cynical way possible to disguise their own very egregious exploitation of their audience and their talents. And that is the thing that hopefully prejudices that are built up from stuff like what I try to do, hopefully that is the thing that becomes a little less viable. We're never going to be able to eliminate it completely, but I do hope that it's, among some people, they have built up a sort of tolerance or resistance to the same sort of overly idealistic tripe that gets peddled in this industry. Akira's thinking about the two? Yeah. If nothing else, maybe the fall of Vshoujo will put an end to everything being called V something. Nah, that's never going away, unfortunately. V something as a naming convention, that's always going to be a thing in this industry. But I'm hoping at least that it doesn't become, I'm hoping that there are better naming conventions that will emerge from somewhere, right? Vindicate, yeah, Cheryl was vindicated, yeah. That's the thing, right? The only thing that does bother me slightly as a sort of something that I view as a shame is when Vshoujo collapsed, the majority of people are going to interpret that as, wow, I guess the haters were right, instead of realizing that maybe it wasn't hating to begin with, right? Maybe it was a little more objective than just quote unquote hating. But I think that's a little too far. It's a bit too much to expect. VTards? Yeah. What if a company legit picked up VShonen? I would assume that they are run by people who are equally as cynical as the people who ran VShojo, if that became the case. So yeah, so the early stages of this year, in terms of the content that I released, the content I set out to make, was very much based around this. It's kind of poetic that it both began and ended with this attempt at retroactive overviews, I suppose. Because I'm not going to say that I think dissertation is a bit too generous of a moniker for what I do, because the depth will vary in terms of how much I go into each individual company in terms of doing my retrospectives. I do try to stick mostly to things like marketing strategy, marketing and branding strategy and stuff like that. But it was, this year was very much defined by retrospectives. Right? Me going out of my way to dig up things from the past to try and gain a better understanding of this industry. Because I think that it is very much not to loop on the same point too much, but I do think that to put it bluntly, in the failures of this industry and their ashes, there is an abundant resource that most people in this industry, talents and viewers alike, are neglecting when it comes to developing a better understanding of how things work and why. Because for every instance of a company failing, there is, from that failure, a metric that can be gleaned from which you can better understand the success of one of the current biggest actors in this scene. Part of the reason why I think it is detrimental to general discourse in this industry, surrounding companies like Hololive or Vispo or Nijisanji or FaZe. Part of the reason why I think it is detrimental that people sort of gloss over these stories of companies that rose and fell within like a few years is because once you understand some of the more objective reasons behind why these companies fail, you begin to have a more objective perspective on why companies like Hololive, like Nijisanji, like Vispo, like FaZe succeed, rather than just a sort of tribalistic, my company works because it is good, and it is good because it's where my favorite talents work. Because, and this is something that I've alluded to with FaZe quite a bit, when it comes to FaZe, the portions of FaZe's fan base that kind of use FaZe as this sort of, this yardstick to preen and prance about why they are the best company, why they are such a good company, they make it a bit more difficult for people like Morlington and I to sort of go, FaZe is actually good because they do XYZ things correctly, right? In a more objective manner. It's a habit that I've said that at some point I'm probably going to end up doing a stream on, but I really do wish that how do I say this? There are objective reasons to praise the way that FaZe has functioned as a company, right? But I do wish that the people who would espouse the less objective reasons would not be quite so quick to antagonize other fan bases when other companies are going through periods of relative turmoil. That's probably the most gentle way that I can put it. They make it a lot easier for me to dislike and be biased against FaZe. Yeah, that is in essence the thing that I that I wish wouldn't happen as much, right? The phase glazers are the phase glazers are quite annoying, right? And they make it difficult to, I suppose, they make too much noise, to put it in the most blunt terms possible. They make too much noise, so that genuine praise and genuine criticism of phase becomes a lot more difficult to do in the same space. Jacob Foxfire, thank you for the 5. It's the don't do anything and win narrative. It's something that I'm fighting against when talking about Steam and their issues. Yeah. That's another thing that I don't like, right? When people talk about like HoloLive or FaZe winning, quote unquote, without doing anything, I don't like that becoming. I know that sometimes when people do it, they're doing it as a meme, right? They're saying it as a meme, but I think that it has become popular as a talking point to the point where people are beginning to believe it at face value, which I don't think that's at all a correct assessment of how either of those two companies function, right? And again, this is why I feel like retrospectives like this are... I don't expect people to do this kind of content, right? That's why I do it. But I do wish that stories of failed companies like these were not quite so neglected or quite so forgotten. Because from these, like I said, you get a reference point of just exactly why the companies that are currently doing well have succeeded. And why certain concerns are a little bit more... you'll hear about people talking... For example, you'll hear people talking about HoloLive graduations, and they will talk about it in terms that makes cover sound like one of these companies. And it's sort of like, once you have this much data factoring into your assessment of controversies or whatever, it's kind of impossible to look at complaints like that and not just dismiss them summarily as blatant hyperbole. And I think that this degree of objectivity is helpful when it comes to, resisting that sort of catastrophizing, right? You're attacking me? I hope not. But yeah, so if you are a fan of FaZe, of HoloLive, of Niji Sanji, JP, if not EN, and or Vialor, for example, and I would hope that going through these retrospectives has given you the ability to insulate yourself more from people that are just fear-mongering about whatever company you're talking about. Because, like I said, it's about trying to get a more objective set of metrics to judge whether a company is doing well or badly. Victor, thank you for the 5. They are not FaZe glazers. They are antis false flagging to get people to hate FaZe. Yeah, that is true. I think there is a mix, right? It's not just all glazers and it's not just all antis false. It's not just, antis false flagging. There's like a combination of the two, I think. But yeah. But it's not just all false flagging antis. There are certainly a subsect of FaZe fans that are just way, way too... shall we say, way too over enthusiastic about plugging the company's virtues. FaZe fan here, I try to clap down on FaZe beggars when I see them bring the wrath of fate about us. Yeah, you don't have to sort of go out of your way on some sort of crusade to kill them, right, or anything, or shout them down on social media. But as long as no one here is engaging in that kind of behavior, that is something that I will be content with, right? I mean, it's not just me who's talked about this. The towns themselves have also asked their fan bases on occasion to sort of to tone it down a little, right? But it is a difficult thing it is a difficult thing to sort of crack down on. Actually, in the same vein of remembering, remembering failures and learning from them, one of the actually, funnily enough, Pippa is one of the talents who does not seem to have any hesitance about she remembers, right? The rabbit remembers when these individual things happen, and she's displayed quite the ability to hang on to those memories and articulate, what exactly bothered her about each individual case. Because I know that Pippa has talked about Nexus multiple times, as well as explaining, explaining why exactly they gave her bad vibes, so to speak. And I mean, Pippa was one of the OG Sundaria fans, so it's not. I suspect that among the talents in this industry, a lot of them may have longer memory spans, so to speak, than most viewers. But yeah, it's not completely, it's not all doom and gloom, right? I don't think that the entire industry has a memory span of only 3 or 4 months. There are exceptions that generalized rule, but I think among most portions of this industry, it does tend to have a rather short attention span, a rather short span in terms of things they remember. It's not just glazing. Glazing is fine. It's treating pissing on other people. It's pissing off other people like a sport. Yeah. She's deep in there. Yeah. I mean, Pippa is a VTubing. She's one of those talents that is very much a VTuber fan, right? Like, being a talent has not eroded the extent to which she is a fan of the medium. So it makes sense that she would remember things like this as well. Want to talk about memes as a cultural gene one day? I think I have talked about it on stream before, but yeah. I mean, I'd be more than down to do that as another stream topic at some point in the future. I also remember all these failed corpos. While it's depressing, I like to think of them as a way to learn. Yeah, and again, it's all about what trade-offs do you feel like making, right? Is it depressing to think about it? Sure, it can be, right? It's a well-known fact that knowing more does not make you happier, right? It doesn't. Being quote-unquote more. I've said this before, but in pursuing objectivity, when I'm looking at these, controversies and stuff, it doesn't make. I don't think it makes me better, quote unquote, than the average VTuber fan, because objectively speaking, it hasn't made me happier. It hasn't put me in a position where I feel like I enjoy the medium more, right? But it does, as a result of that trade-off, I do feel more secure in the various corporations or talents that I have chosen to become invested in, right? It doesn't make me happier, so to speak, but it does make me feel safer. And that is a trade-off that I'm willing to make. That's also a trade-off that not everyone's going to be willing to make, which is why I'm so insistent on, making sure that, one of the things that I keep harping on about is don't try to share the things that we talk about in my streams with other people in other spaces, because it's not a trade-off that everyone's going to be willing to make. And it is a trade-off that inevitably you will end up making if you decide to go down this path of trying to be objective with how you view things. It's like I've said before, objectivity is like an expensive whore, right? If someone's interested, they'll let you know. But if they're not interested, it doesn't matter how good you are at selling things. You're just going to be a sex pest if you try to push it on them. And, this kind of objectivity is very much the same thing. Because it is a degree of objectivity that has the ability to disillusion you to the very thing that you are trying to escape into. I want Armchair to play Mystery of the Druids. It would be peak gaming. I have no idea what Mystery of the Druids is. I'll have to look it up after the stream. The memes along the way. Happiness is the wrong feeling to chase, it's too unstable. Satisfaction is a much better goal. See, I think much the same way. I have very much the same way of thinking about things. I prioritize satisfaction and, well, this is why I like, this slight tangent, but this is why I like the biblical use of the word peace. Because peace is a way of describing what I want in life far more accurately than something like joy or happiness. Because, like you said, I find joy and happiness to be things that are a little bit more temporary in nature, a little bit more unstable. And I like stability as a person. So, something like peace, satisfaction, contentedness are, they are closer to things that I, as a viewer and fan, value. Because I view the amount of time I spend watching something, the amount of money I spend in terms of, spending on like memberships, super chats, or the amount of time I spend making fan work or whatever. That is something that I view as an investment. And I understand not everyone conceives of fandom in that manner, but that's how I view it. So I prefer stability, and as a result, that's a trade-off that I'm willing to make. But the same cannot be said for a lot of other people who share the same hobby or space. So again, that's why I'm very much against trying to force this way of looking at the industry on other people. If they are interested, they will come. If they're not interested, then it's better for them to stay where they are and for us to stay where we are, in my opinion. There's a lot of aspects of this industry where it's a sort of, I don't want to know and I'm happier not knowing, which is understandable, right? Actually, yeah, Nadilov, you in particular, you would be able to understand this because you made, as much satisfaction as you derive from being able to categorize and expose, all the factory farm corpos that you end up making graphs about, right? And all of the stuff that you end up documenting. I don't know if you would describe it as having made you happier, right? Because it can be very black pilling to sort of go through wave after wave of instances where people are basically being used as cannon fodder to get apps off of the ground, for example. So it's not so much that this knowledge will make you happy, but more so that from this knowledge you can glean things that make you feel more secure in the people and or entities that you have become a supporter of. Funless thing for the two, as a guy I try to spread peace everywhere. I hope so. I hope so. If they're interested, they will come. Yes. I feel like that's a lot of the... I could probably market my channel and brand more aggressively, but I don't really want to. Mostly because of that fact. Because I am aware that the kind of content I do has the potential, if it is given to the wrong people, it has the potential to ruin the way that they enjoy something. So, it's a kind of viewer discretion thing. But I assume that all of you guys understood that, which is why you're watching my stream. Joy and happiness are very temporary and ephemeral, it's just the way things are. Yeah, exactly. And so it's sort of... I view pursuing that as more of, it's like building your house on sand, so to speak, to use that analogy. But yeah. More aggressively, I gotta throw chairs at people as a marketing stunt. I was more thinking, you guys have, actually, the people who follow me on Twitter will have probably noticed this, but at the beginning of 2024, a lot of 2024... Throughout the beginnings, throughout 2024, after I made a Twitter account, I was pretty active on Twitter for a while. Where, I'd make quote tweets and post these lengthy posts explaining how certain things, how, in my view, certain things work, or how certain thing could be predicted, or etc., etc., etc. And some of you who follow me on Twitter may notice that throughout 2025, I haven't been doing that as much. Mostly because it's a part of me realizing that a lot of what I said in 2024 actually came to pass in 2025. And I've realized that it doesn't make people happier, I suppose. Which is why, for the most part, I've stopped doing it on Twitter and just left it in the streams. So that it's mostly, you know, if you do see something that you would want to watch me talk about in a stream, you have the option of doing that. But for the most part, I don't feel the need to sort of advertise as aggressively on Twitter anymore because of that fact. Partially because, or partially that, and also because, well, I've said this before, but if you want nuanced discussion on Twitter, it's kind of the wrong place to go to. I always use Twitter as a kind of, even when I did make those long posts, as kind of a place to sort of grab the occasional, you know, the occasional person who may be interested in looking into things a bit more, on a bit more of a deeper level. But over time, I don't think I've needed to do that as much. You're practicing what you're preaching now using Twitter. Don't get me wrong. When I did that in the past, it was always with the goal of, like I said before, right? I would only make those posts when I have a stream in my pinned on my profile, right? So it is very much an engagement farming measure. But it was just too much effort, to be honest, to keep up. Because of the fact that, for the most part, like I said, it's not going to be something that has too much utility. Dropped another chart, good times, yeah. Buy ad space in Chris Hansen's new show. They put you as the chair he tells people to take a seat on. I don't know about that one. I don't know. Advertising on Chris Hansen sounds like an interesting endeavor. But yeah. Being right is not going to get you so much applause on social media. Yeah. But I feel like one of the things that I've also adjusted, so this is sort of a personal thing, not so much related to the streams, but mostly how I advertise them. But 2024 was more the year where, and again, this ties into why I bothered to do those long posts on Twitter. 2024 was more the year where I advertised myself on the basis of how I think about things. But I think in 2026, that's going to be different. Because I think in 2024, I was a little bit more reticent to play the game, so to speak. I wasn't so willing to lean into using memes as a way of promoting myself, my brand, or my content. But I think in 2026, I will be more willing. I think that is the thing that I'm going to pivot into a bit more. Basically, no longer using Twitter as an engagement tool on hard mode. Instead of going with text posts, I'm going to try to make things more short and snappy. Because I'm aiming more for... It sounds bad when I phrase it like this, but what I'm aiming for is not so much engagement rather than contagion. Because, frankly speaking, I think that is the more useful way of utilizing that particular platform. But yeah, I'll go into more detail as to what I mean, because there has been an example of that where I've managed to pull it off successfully from earlier on this month. But again, it'll make more sense later on in the stream. Going to go, Armchair, thanks for the stream. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you too, Gabriel. And I hope you find the VOD to be palatable of a viewing experience. Yeah, increase the memes, basically. Increase the memes. I'll save the dissertations for stream. I'll just go with the memes on Twitter. Yeah, Orion. That's what I'm thinking more of as well. I liked your long post, but I get it. I think the long post... I'm not going to stop doing them entirely, right? Because there is the suspension one as well. If someone asks me a question on Twitter and I feel like it's worth making an extended response to, I will do it. But it's more so the fact that I'm going to be leaning into making meme-centric posts as a way of selling the brand and selling the streams. Sometimes you have to drop that 12-inch 12-inch schlong on the table, and if people don't like it, then too bad. Don't get me wrong, I am still going to be doing that, but just not in the form of text. There's a tipping point where your ideas and arguments will start to spread beyond the actual streams. Yeah, and to be fair, I think I've already reached that tipping point. Part of the reason why... How do I say this? Cultural victory, for me, is not people knowing who I am. It's not even people attributing knowledge to me. For me, cultural victory is the ideas and information that I espouse becoming more widespread. And part of the reason why I know that I've already been winning a cultural victory in a sense, to a degree, is I've been sent screenshots by my mods of of people on Reddit, right? Using my slides while trying their best to not acknowledge that my streams are where they got it from. When they're talking about something like, for example, where V Shoujo's money went. And for me, that is cultural victory, right? If people are spreading the same information that you end up putting out, even if they don't attribute where they got it from, it's all about dispersal and penetration. Penetration in terms of collective consciousness, and dispersal in terms of how far it gets. And if, for example, some of the stigmas that I end up advocating for, or some of the practices that I end up pointing out, if those talking points become more common, more accepted in mainstream discourse, it doesn't matter if people cite me as a reason why they're willing to talk about it. If people are willing to talk about it, then that is a victory in terms of setting the quote-unquote culture of a space. Reddit really hates you for daring to say that Bishoujo had problems, even after that's been vindicated? Yeah. Because at some point, see, the thing is, right? It sounds... One of the things that I've been talking about on stream is agenda setting, right? The idea of having an agenda and executing it. Creating a list of priorities and ideas that you are going to try to spread as much as possible using whatever you have available to you. And, well, one of the reasons why I emphasize that practice is because it is basically universal. It is very commonplace. Everyone who has any sort of media presence does it, right? And one of the things that I want to emphasize is that it doesn't have to be some sort of nefarious thing. The agenda setting is something that, it's something that people are right to be suspicious of, because knowing the motivations of people whose content you consume is, in my opinion, a good thing. However, when it comes to individual agendas, I think that there are definitely good agendas that are worth spreading. And in my opinion, agendas like, certain things deserve to be prejudiced against in this industry, right? Certain things being, for example, certain ways of using talents as your PR, for example, right? Using talents as PR reps being stigmatized. I think that is an agenda. Stigmatizing that particular practice is an agenda that is healthy for the industry. And so that is something that I have over time more consciously pushed. And I do see in various different parts of the industry that is beginning to be picked up as more and more of a thing. Now, again, I'm not delusional enough to claim credit for that, but I do hope to be a factor in spreading it. And that's what I aim to do with my content. The point is that when it comes to the kind of content that I make, I try to do it in a deliberate and intentional manner. I try not to make it just, they make no mistake. There are flights of fancy in terms of how I decide on stream topics and what I choose to stream about. But the long-term goal of my channel, because I know I'm not going to be around forever, right? Average lifespan is like, 3 years or something? The long-term goal of my channel is cultural victory in terms of helping to spread, popularize, or at least provide a factor that signal boosts certain ideas and attitudes. And I'm going to be upfront with you guys as to what those attitudes or what those aspects of the culture are. But it doesn't change the fact that at the end of the day, that is kind of what my content does, right? That is a function of my content. That it pushes the overall culture of this industry, or it aims to push the culture of this industry in a certain direction. And there have been instances where it seems to have been, where I do seem to have made headway in that regard. I should say he's seeding the ground. Kind of, yeah, basically. I'm really one of the earliest cursed analogies that I used in order to illustrate an idea on stream. People will remember this from my older footstools will remember this from the gatekeeping stream that I did back in 2024. One of the earliest analogies I used for fandom was comparing it to a pussy. Because at the end of the day, if you think about it, everyone starts off as a tourist, and a tourist, when they enter a fandom, has a limited amount of time that they end up spending in it before they either die off in terms of their interest, or they actually transition to something new, which is an actual fan. Because they find something that resonates with them, they hit the spot, and, they become part of the landscape, so to speak. But yeah, so I'm realizing in hindsight that there's a lot of seeding analogies that have been used throughout my time talking about this industry. But I think that just comes with the territory. That again, I remember that. Yeah, I think that was one of the earliest analogies that I used to illustrate a point. But in any case, so yeah, this was beginning and end of this year was very much based around retrospectives, trying to set that groundwork for applying those same ideas that I am trying to popularize with my content and style of analysis. But sounds like a solid analogy. I'm glad you think so, Pablo. So then later on, one of the things, so you may notice that throughout 2020, between 2024, one of the things that, if you look at the content that I made throughout 2025 as a whole, right? One of the things that sets it apart from 2024 is being more, I wouldn't say more inflammatory, because inflammatory makes it sound like that's what I set out to do. But more so that I ended up going after more sacred cows in 2025 than I did in 2024. And that was mostly because part of the streams that I did in 2025 was actually looking at, as a counterbalance, albeit a kind of small one, right? A counterbalance to looking at the failings of various companies with regards to their communication and PR strategy. Was I tried to look through some instances where people had successfully fended off a controversy, or people had leveraged a controversy into something that is more beneficial to the brand in the long term. So you had these two streams that I did, for example, the one that I did on Crony Coin and Tenma Fever, where I looked at how Hollow and FaZe specifically had taken one instance of a minor fuck up and turned it into something that fans and people in general are likely to remember as an overall positive experience, something that was a benefit to the brand rather than a possible yab or whatever. Then I also had the second stream that I did on folk devils and indie VTubing, how they're made and how people have successfully managed to essentially survive being turned into one. The example, one of the biggest example that I used in that stream being Kirsha. And so I had these streams where not only was I looking at what made companies fail, where they fucked up in terms of how they communicated things to their audience and stuff like that, but I also had these streams where I was looking at, again, more trying to objectively evaluate how companies find their footing in instances where they have gone through something, a controversy, however minor it may be, and leveraging their strengths to turn it into, content that their audience can enjoy, right? Or how they can recover from something, being put off their footing in any way. And when you have access to those two things, right? When you have access to that data, where you now have a bunch of where you've bothered to try and discern how companies fail and how companies succeed, and you start measuring companies according to those two metrics, right? What I began to realize was there are holes in terms of failures in this industry that people don't really want to talk about as much. Part of the reason why towards the end of this year I began to pivot more into criticizing sacred cows was because, well, to criticize a sacred cow, you first have to realize that they are there to begin with, right? You have to realize that they are a sacred cow. And there were two particular streams that I did throughout this year where it became very, very obvious due to various different controversies or whatever that arose, around whatever, around specific entities in this part of the industry. There were two specific stream topics that sort of tipped me off to the fact that these sacred cows were there. Like there was always a suspicion, we always know that there are certain things that we should not criticize or that are not as popular to criticize. Like that's a given in any space, not just VTubing, right? VTubing is not unique in this regard. But I think 2025 did a good example of highlighting specifically what the sacred cows in EN VTubing are. And the first one that kind of tipped me off to, hey, why aren't more people talking about this, was VCard, right? Where you had Shy Lily and GamerSups coming together to make what is objectively an awful product, right? Absolutely, if you're not just buying it because you think the art is nice, it was made to be a TCG, right? A game to be played. And it was a fucking shit game, right? And I had an entire stream going into why, despite the lack of substance, people were still plugging it because of the fact that it coasted entirely off of the reputations of the VTubers who were promoting it and the VTubers who were a part of it, which was mostly just big Twitch indies. One of the more interesting things, the thing that first tipped me off to the idea that something about VCard, how VCard was made by a bunch of people who, in my opinion, constitute sacred cows in EN VTubing, was, funnily enough, Smug Alana. Because Smug Alana has done content in the past, doing react streams where she watches people make videos dunking on, like, Dragon Age the Veil God, Assassin's Creed Shadows, was it? Oh, fuck, what was the name of that the game that I played earlier on last year? Dustborn, right? And all of these games are getting shat on because they are awful in terms of their mechanics, their design, their aesthetics, and the rationale behind why they are made. And those are all very understandable reasons to criticize those games, right? But then when it came to VCard was no different. It was a game that was awfully designed. It was badly made in the sense that none of the effects, the actual mechanics of the game, there was no effort put into making the mechanics of the game tailored to or specific to any of the creators that were being repped by the game, right? Like, when it first released, you just had the whole element thing, and each of the VTubers that were segregated into the individual elements, they would be given identical mechanics across all of the different elements. Like there was no attempt at trying to make it unique. Right, so, you know, you would dunk on, like, you would see people who were very comfortable dunking on badly made games, right? Like all the ones that I listed off just then. But they were not dunking on VCard. They were actively, you know, like, they were actively shilling VCard, which, again, I understand, you know, it's cool because it's a VTuber card game and maybe some of the VTubers you like play it. But, you know, it's still bad. Like, it's still a bad product. It's still a bad game. And it was very noticeable that people who would usually be very comfortable dunking on badly made games were not comfortable dunking on this badly made game. And the same could be said later on, where Shy Lily got very pissy about it. Yeah, exactly. Well, I ended up talking about it on stream when I did this. But that was one of the first things that ended up tipping me off this year about what exactly, or who exactly the sacred cows in this part of the industry were. And yeah, a bad game is still a bad game, no matter who's in it and who's plugging it, right? Honestly, the only way I can watch the video of the Games Awards was if it's a VTuber watch along. Yeah. React, again, I understand, you know. I feel like, hold on, how do I? Generally speaking, I find that React content is, personally, I find React content to be generally pretty inoffensive, right? And mostly, but I will say this is a bit of a tangent, but I think ever since I made 2 videos of my own, I have found React content to be significantly less interesting. But yeah, I don't understand. Well, actually, most of you guys will be able to realize this, but I don't understand reacting to content that you don't disagree with, so to speak. Because, like, where's the content in just reacting to something where you're just nodding along and going like, yeah, I agree with that? Because, you know, I feel like that's what most React content boils down to. If I'm reacting to something on stream, I go out of my way to pick things that I'm going to have a lot to say about, in the sense that I will disagree with what the creator of the video is saying. Because I find that that's, you know, that way it's more of like a discussion rather than just a head nodding exercise. But yeah, one of the things that I have noticed to be a bit of a trend amongst specifically people who do React content as their normal kind of content is they don't seem to be very good at conflict. And this is, you know, this is a bit of a broad generalization, but I find that most of them are either conflict averse, or in the instances where they do end up getting into conflict by commenting on whatever, you know, whatever drama happens to be popular to discuss on Twitter at the time, they tend to be very, very bad at having a stance that alienates people and standing by that. So React tubers tend to be very, well, not all, but most React tubers, at least in my experience, they tend to be very bad at conflict, I suppose, is something that I've noticed throughout this year. Random Who Games, thank you for the 5. It was very telling that every VCard vid by a big name VTuber not named Nova Alkami was a pack opening. Yeah, exactly. This was the thing that I pointed out at the time. Almost all of the streams that people did talking about VCard among the big Twitch indies, they were all unboxing streams. Basically 0 streams of them actually playing the game. Nova was like the one exception among VTubers who streamed on Twitch. So, well, I shouldn't, well, not VTubers who stream on Twitch, but just VTubers in general. So, yeah. Yeah, having an opinion and being willing to stand by it if you're willing to go through, in my opinion, right, if you are going to have an opinion and you're going to go through the trouble of expressing and or articulating it, you might as well stand by the thing, right? Otherwise, you've just wasted everyone's time. Yeah, Master N, that's why I say that Pippa is based for liking Joker 2, right? Because in the truest meaning of the word, right? Because based in its original definition simply meant to espouse your beliefs regardless of social cost of doing so. Saying that you like Joker 2 when you actually like Joker 2 is by definition based. That's why I use that as an example of someone, who, if you're going to go through the trouble of saying you like something, just, even if people disagree with you, just stick by it. And I find that, there are plenty of instances where someone will... this is very common on Twitter as well. It's something I couldn't help but notice, where people will feel the need to comment on some sort of controversy or whatever, and their contribution to it, they'll quote tweet something, right? They'll quote tweet something that people are arguing about, and their response will essentially boil down to, why can't we all just get along? And later on, they will either delete that post or make another post bemoaning the fact that they are now being attacked by people on both sides of whatever issue they just chose to insert themselves into. And I'm just left there sitting, going, what did you expect was going to happen? Like, non-engagement is an option. You could have just not joined the melee. But if you're gonna join the melee and that's your contribution, I mean, that's the first person to lose in a melee is the person with no backbone, so I don't know what you were expecting. If you're going to talk about something controversial, have a definitive stance and prepare yourself to make a case for it. If you don't do that, then why bother joining in the first place? Yeah, not engaging is always an option, right? It's a bad take, but I respect her for it, even if... The thing that I fall into the camp of people who disagree with her assessment, but I am going to, I do have a degree of respect for the fact that she's willing to just, say it and stand by it, right? You can disagree with the rationale, but the fact that she's willing to do it is something that I think is something that more people could learn from. There is no Joker 2, stop gaslighting me. She said on stream before that she refuses to apologize for her opinions that get blowback for that exact reason. Yeah. It has been funny watching certain fans getting annoyed at a VTuber for having bad taste in books or movies or sports team or whatever, for how dare they. See, that's the thing, right? There's a difference between saying that someone has bad... Okay, so... How do I say this? If someone says, I like it, I think it is completely fair for them, I think it is completely fair for them to be able to have their soapbox to say that they like it. But I think it is also fair to disagree with them if they try to make the argument that it is objectively good, right? There's a difference between saying, I like something, and it deserves to be liked, so to speak. Right? That's when we start straying into things like objective critique, and that's where I think that disagreement is more acceptable. But it also needs to be, that said disagreement needs to be more than just, personal attacks for me to take it seriously. Nova is also one of the rare VTubers that actually plays card games. Yeah. So, in the case of VCard, Nova was one of the few VTubers, well, Nova and Bat at video games, because that's who she was playing it with. Nova was one of the few VTubers that actually did bother to point out the flaws in the way that the game was designed. So, among all of the other VTubers who were opening the thing, that was not a very common part of how they presented it. So that cone of silence around that particular aspect of VCard amongst the people who were, I couldn't help but notice other Twitch indies, it was very, very obvious, especially in hindsight. And then also, on top of that, you had the whole VNU thing, which happened earlier on this year, where I realized that, this was where Funnily enough, this was one of the big... Sorry, give me a second. All right. I hope you guys don't mind if I've gone to grab a little bit of a snack in the form of some lemon candies. But yeah, I haven't heard anything about VCut since they released set 2. Yeah, neither. You know that a product was not made with the best intentions when they released set 1, retroactively changed the entirety of the rules because it was just that bad. Basically made all of those cards unplayable, released set 2, and I mean, they announced that they were going to have a tournament, but I don't think we've heard any more news about that. So, yeah. VCard was very much one of those things that was very, very... I think it was very, very open and valid to criticize. But, like I said, there was a certain element of... There was a certain element of silence around its flaws that was very noticeable among certain demographics that were promoting it. Are you going to share with the class? As in the candies? I don't know. I don't know what brand they are. No, no free promotion. I think they're lemon mint candies or something like that. But yeah, flashback to when I... For those who do enjoy sour flavors, I think this is not too unhealthy. I think it's mostly just... Yeah, it's mostly just... It says citric acid, sucrose, lemon juice, and mint in this. Yeah. I recommend lemon candies for those who actually enjoy eating sour things. For the jealous lovers in my audience. Minto, yes. Although TCG still chugs along being profitable. Yeah, because that was a game that was actually made with the intention of being played, not just being looked at. But in any case, yeah, so the second thing that kind of tipped me off to the idea that people were not really, how do I say, that there were certain things that were more taboo to criticize than others in the sphere was the whole VNU situation, where it was leaked that the company had delayed a wave of graduations so that they could, in the hopes of securing an investor. And this was where you had a pretty major schism between VTuber viewers, or specifically the viewers of VNU and the towns, both the ones that were leaving and the ones that were staying, versus the drama tubers who were talking about it. And there were pretty valid criticisms of the way that the information was first disclosed to the public, right? So this, for context, if you want to get a more in-depth, I suppose, a more in-depth overview of how exactly this whole controversy went down, I recommend just going to watch this particular VOD that I have shown on screen. It's called Guerrilla Retrospective Yap about the VNU situation. But for context, just a brief overview. The way that this was disclosed to the public was Legal Mindset had received emailed leaks about the upcoming grads and about how the upcoming grads had been, how there was a wave of graduation, so multiple talents leaving at once, and how those graduations had been delayed specifically because the company wanted to secure an investor. Now, the way that he went about disclosing this to the public was, first, he said, looking very Niji Sanji, and he posted a list of the upcoming graduations. Upcoming graduations that had not been, some of which had not been officially announced yet. And a lot of people, and I said this at the time as well, a lot of people rightfully took issue with the fact that, well, if we were just operating off of that information that he presented at the time, right? That comparison to Niji Sanji kind of waters down the meaning of, well, it's a pretty bad analogy in the sense that it doesn't really encapsulate, like, it doesn't really have a very clear meaning. Like, are you just going to say that, you know, is the Niji Sanji comparison just because there are multiple talents leaving at the same time? Because, you know, it could be a number of things. Is it because of corporate malpractice, or what exactly is the point of that comparison? It's not a great comparison insofar that it's a little vague in terms of its meaning. But also on top of that, if fans are going to find out about the fact that their Oshi is graduating, it is generally speaking pretty common sense, common courtesy to try and make it so that, you know, they are the ones, their Oshis are the ones disclosing that information to them. That's a sacred part of this medium that I don't think should be impugned upon. And as a result, when a lot of people took issue with the fact that that was how Legal Mindset went about disclosing it, I was pretty sympathetic to the fact that, yeah, I do think that he didn't need to show the names of the talents that were going to be graduating. He could have just censored the names, but included the specific dates that the announcements would be posted by VNU, and that would have been more than enough to prove the legitimacy of the leaks that he was receiving. So there was that aspect to it. Then, of course, you had... Then, the thing that made this a little bit more awkward was the fact that I think either the day after he did that, or 2 days after, I forget exactly what the length of time was, Rima ended up doing a stream talking about the situation, where Legal Mindset hopped onto her stream and then disclosed the crux of the problem, which was that the graduations had been deliberately delayed in order to secure investors, or an investor for the company. And that was the thing where I think most people, if you just said that, most people will be sympathetic to, okay, yeah, I don't think that sounds very ethical, right? I think that sounds rather scummy. So the problem was that was not what Legal Mindset led with, and the thing that he did lead with alienated a lot of people for good reason. So he disclosed that on Rima's stream, and then Rima reacted to Spectra Libertina's. She reacted to a bunch of the graduating talents' announcement streams, the VODs to their announcement streams. I want to make that particular point very clear. The VODs to the announcement streams, not while they were live. So she reacted to a bunch of them as a way of basically trying to confirm whether what she was told adds up with what they were saying. As a, and again, that is something that I would expect from someone who's talking about the situation. Taking that step to verify information rather than just repeating it repeating it, word for word. The problem was, though, that ended up being Spectra Libertina in particular would end up taking issue with the fact that Rima did that, because while Rima was still reacting to it, the VOD would be privated, and then Spectra would go on to Twitter and sort of make a post about that. And that then became a bunch of the VNU talents dunking on drama tubers as a whole, etc., etc. And again, it just devolved from there into a combination of black company versus drama tuber bad. And the way that particular, again, I talk about it in a lot more detail in this stream, but what that got me to realize was there was a very valid reason to be suspicious of and or criticize that specific thing that VNU was accused of doing, which was, basically forbidding talents from graduating when they want to, pushing them back, just because they want to secure an investor under what you could argue to be false pretenses. That is, objectively speaking, that is pretty bad, right? That's not something that I think people should be fine with. Just, well, personally, I think that's something worth stigmatizing. However, the problem was that was basically lost in translation because of the taboo around discussing graduations at all, or graduations in their totality, right? Questioning, for example, the timing of graduations, or the manner in which they were announced, or the way in which the company went about actually permitting the talents to graduate in the first place. All of that was basically lost amongst the noise of, how dare you talk about our graduation? How dare you react to our VOD, etc., 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 as well as, the rather understandably stigmatized move of basically beating a talent to announcing their own graduation. Like that's not something that is something that I don't think you should ever do, right? So essentially, as a result, the thing that stuck out to me the most, though, was people were very willing to go hard on stuff like Niji Sanji for, a company suppressing its talent's ability to communicate with their fan base around their departure, just so that, whatever corporate interests they have currently going on are, in the interest. Sorry, let me rephrase that so that it's a bit more coherent. People in 2024 were very, very willing to go hard on Niji Sanji for the crime of suppressing their talent's ability to, interact with their audience or communicate with their audience so that they could protect whatever corporate interest was currently up in the air. But when it came to VNU doing the same thing, and, with at least some sort of circumstantial evidence, verifiable circumstantial evidence, being accused of doing the same thing, people just wrote that off. And this was not specific to VNU. This was a trend across a whole bunch of other smaller companies as well. Not just, this wasn't just VShojo, but this was stuff like, for example, Globy, when those terminations happened as well. And with Pixelink, when they initially did the whole, IP buyout donathons. And, well, around sorry. And when you look at, those three case studies specifically, Globy, Pixelink, and VNU, in all three of these cases, there were corporate practices that were objectively unhealthy for either some combination of talents, viewers, or the industry as a whole if popularized. But it was just too taboo to talk about them. And so after looking into these two respective controversies that sort of gave rise to, I suppose, more of a willingness to, in my content, examine some of these sacred cows that exist in the western side of the VTubing industry. And a big part of that was looking at the whole Cinder cancellation in this stream that I did about anti-corpo sentiment becoming the religion of EN VTubing. Because I find it very ironic that that after 2024, a big talking point on Western VTubing Twitter, at least, was indie is the future, corporation bad. And then at the beginning of the year, it started off with a bunch of the biggest indies in the space basically trying to destroy one another, or at least a bunch of big indies trying to destroy one of their own in the most, arguably in hindsight, the most viciously coordinated manner possible. And then halfway through the year, we had the biggest, anti-corpo corporation in the form of VShoujo melt down and be exposed for doing every one of the things that its competitors are stereotyped for doing. Every one of the exploitative things that all of its competitors were, stereotyped as doing. So I think that 2025 was very much the year where it not only exposed some of the taboos around criticizing some of the biggest indies in this space, but also how much of a joke indie is the future is as an idea when it comes to this particular industry. Indie, I'm very much of the opinion, I don't think this is very controversial to say at this point, I don't think indie is better than being corpo, even though a lot of people like to say that, specifically indies. But I don't think they're better. I think it's just different. Which is, I know, a very brave thing to say. But there's been far too much crowing for my taste about the virtues of being indie, specifically compared to being part of a corporation. And, there are some valid points, but it's not so much benefits so much as they are trade-offs, and that's what's not being acknowledged. I find it very, very funny when I see, for example, people like Bao talking about how just, corpos are the worst, never join a corpo, indie is the way, etc, 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 making out being indie as if it's, unilaterally better than being corpo, when she is a living, breathing example of why being an indie is not exactly a cakewalk either, right? Even this year alone has given plenty of examples as to why being indie is no cakewalk compared to being in a corporation. Again, it's not better, it's just different. Yeah, exactly, they both have pros and cons. The hard part is getting people to acknowledge the cons, because acknowledging the cons requires diagnosing the problem. And in the indie sphere, sometimes the problems are people, and identifying people as problems is, it's uncomfortable and impolite. However, like I said earlier, there was also this point where I realized that, the same energy that people had for Niji Sanji back in 2024 when they were criticizing, I was kind of the... 2025 was very much a year where when I was making my content, it's that meme of, kind of looking around at other people who are doing or saying the same things as you and realizing that they don't have the same reasons for doing or saying the things that they are. And this was the VNU moment, was the point where I realized, like, this was the moment. Well, it started with the Pixel thing, but throughout the year when I was looking at the Globy terminations, then the VNU thing, that was when I sort of built. I was sort of looking around, going like, "Where's the same energy that everyone had for Niji Sanji in 2024 when it comes to other corporations doing objectively bad things? Like, what happened?" Everyone was so willing to dunk on Niji Sanji for espousing bad practices, but then when something like Pixel or VNU or Globy does an oopsie or does a bad, then all of a sudden there's like no one acknowledges it, or no one talks about it. I say no one as a bit of hyperbole because I know that it's not no one who's acknowledged, but there was a marked difference in terms of collective willingness, or even individual willingness, depending on who you're talking about, to acknowledge that these companies exhibited failings or red flags that was simply... that hesitance was not there for Niji Sanji. And that was part of what made me realize that there was very little objectivity in how people were actually discerning whether something was worth taking to task in terms of a corporate yab or controversy. Because we love David versus Goliath. Yeah, and that was part of what I realized across, in the process of, well, that was the realization that gave birth to these two streams. Because again, the main purpose behind my content is trying to articulate things. And the thing that I was trying to articulate throughout much of 2025 was the realization that, for the most part, people are not going about criticizing things in this industry on the basis of anything objective. They are just doing so based off of vibes. Picking favorites, sticking by them, burying their head in the sand when one of their favorites has a problem, and, well, going to town when it's not one of their favorites who's exhibiting some sign of weakness or collapse or whatever. So, yeah. But it's not fair. Armchair V Shoujo gaslit the world and content creators, and they played with everyone's fee-fees and money, which is why you cannot point out the obvious shit that everyone on the inside knew. I wouldn't go so far as to say everyone on the inside knew. But I have been very vocal in expressing my disbelief of the idea that absolutely everyone on the inside of V Shoujo was just completely unaware that it was going to collapse until the end, right? When people say that the talents were the last people to know, I interpret that more so as the talents were the last to have it spelt out for them, right? Because we have some talents like Kason saying they hadn't been paid for multiple months. At that point, surely you have at least reason to suspect that something may be wrong, right? So knowing is a bit of a, it's more of a relative term at that point. So, yeah, but again, acknowledging things like this is very taboo. And 2025 was very much the year where I realized that there were certain taboos. Well, it was the year of my active decision to try and break down these taboos by, looking past them and trying to have a discussion in a more level-headed manner about some of the things that those taboos had previously sort of cordoned off from general discussion. And so, from there, you move on to just talking about not just the whole dismantling of the sacred cow that was V Shoujo, but also Brave. One of the companies that was, in 2024 at least, held up as this sort of almost ethical alternative to Niji Sanji, which is a bit of a laughable assertion in hindsight. But I maintain the belief that I think that the Globy terminations earlier this year were one of the most, in hindsight, by the time people stopped talking about them, I think they became the most misrepresented and misunderstood terminations of this year, or company departures of this year. And I say that because the thing that most people harped on about at the time was the talent behind Squirmimi's assertion that Brave is worse than Niji Sanji. And at the time, a lot of people basically hand-waved that away as just being like base hyperbole. But the funny thing is, when you actually look at Brave Group's history of decision-making as a company, right, as a corporation, and you look at how the same people who were in charge back when they tried to recast talents are still in charge of the company today, that is not an exaggeration. Like that is a statement where, out of context, if you're not familiar with Brave Group's history, it's very easy to laugh off. But when you actually do bother looking into how Brave operates as a company, it's really not that much of a stretch. And so as a result, yes, I do think that the way that the Terminator talents went about talking about their grievances was not the best when it came to, asking to be taken seriously, right? I do think that they had a point that they were making that was glossed over in hindsight. And I think if I were to do some sort of retrospective video in the same vein as what I did for the Zion termination, it would probably be about the Globy ones. Because it's not a one-to-one by any means, but they are situations that they are situations that call to me for very similar reasons, I suppose. Squirrel Mimi didn't ask to be taken seriously. She told everyone she was just a silly, mentally ill girl. No, but that was... I think that in the context of the overall stream and at what point, based off of which point in the stream she ended up saying that, I think that was more something she said to try and cover herself legally, right? Like, that was a rather interesting attempt at trying to cover herself from legal liability. Rather than I don't think that was an honest... I don't think that was intended to be a signal to her audience that what she said shouldn't be taken seriously. If that makes sense. So, yeah. Squirmimi and Lilo did not approach their situation in the best way they could have. See, that's the thing, right? I think a lot of the ways in which, and this is something that I did point out in the stream where I was talking about it, but a lot of people's memory of the way that Squirmimi and Lilu were terminated was, in my opinion, excessively covered by the way in which those terminations were presented in False's video about the situation afterwards. And the implication of the video was that Lilo was that Squirmimi was a troublemaker, and Lilo knew that she was getting terminated ahead of time and was looking to sort of, turn False into her personal megaphone to express her grievances with Globy. Because when he showed off the fact that Lilo tried to contact him shortly before the termination notice went live, I mean, that's the implication, right? And I don't think that was very accurate, because also a lot of his coverage of the incident in the video revolved around how erratic the talent behind Squirmimi was in her stream talking about it, which I understand because, I mean, that's content, right? But at the same time, I think that in isolation, which is how a lot of people who watched False's video interpreted it, it did not showcase how or why those complaints were not completely unsubstantiated, I suppose, is the way that I would phrase it. So, yeah, I do think that is something that I would at some point like to revisit in the future. Alan, thank you for being a Footstool for 17 months. I'm late. Hello, guys. And Chairman, welcome to the stream. But yeah, so when it comes to Brave, it is very much one of those companies that I don't think... Well, definitely throughout 2024, people didn't talk about as much. And early 2025, I would make the argument. People kind of held it up on a pedestal that I don't think it deserved to be on, to be quite frank. Oli, Avini, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships, or the 20 new Footstools. Hope you enjoy those emotes. But yeah, so Brave is shaping up to be the next thing that I think is worth keeping an eye on in terms of the way that it ends up evolving as a company. Because, well, I mean, if you want to know my opinions on Brave, I go into it in much more detail across these 3 streams. But yeah, 2025 was, well, when it comes to sort of corporate big bads in this industry, 2024's villain of the industry was arguably Niji Sanji, but I think that Vshoujo and Brave are far more deserving of that kind of moniker than the others. So, okay, back to the Brave part of the stream. Welcome back. I dodged him too. You'll never give me a sub no matter how hard you try. Someone's gonna snipe you someday, Murray. But yeah. So, we lost one. I think that Brave is. I don't think that Brave is going to be held up on a pedestal. Or I don't think that Brave is going to continue to be held up as a pedestal because, quite frankly, I don't think they're going to be able to keep up the sort of goody two shoes act for much longer because the money is running out. But we'll see. We'll see. When/if Brave is able to go public, that's when. Well, I mean, that's. I know that there's definitely one person in this chat who's raring for that to happen. But yeah, that's when all of the stuff is actually going to come out behind the scenes as to how exactly they've been running their company or managing their finances. So, until then, yeah, until I think one of the things, when I look back on my content across 2025, one of the biggest things is sort of trying to refocus the kind of discourse in this industry that I espouse around corporate collapses away from just, like I said, corporate villain of the week, such as people characterized Niji Sanji En as, by pointing out that it's not just Niji Sanji that deserves to be criticized on the basis of some of their practices. It's also, it was VShojo and it is Brave. And, well, when it came to leveling the same critiques that people were willing to make of Niji Sanji against these two companies that similarly display evidence of, flaws in the way that they are being run, the energy is just not there. The energy is just not there. Nano was out for blood, yeah. Niji Sanji actually generates revenue unlike VShojo. Yeah, and that's the thing that people didn't acknowledge, right? There is a reason why even after Selengate, Niji Sanji is alive and VShojo is not. Niji Sanji actually makes money, and VShojo did not. Because VShojo was never designed to be a business. The way that they sold themselves was the business that ran off of a premise that was too good to be true, and most people did not realize that it was too good to be true. So, that was the whole corpo side of my content, I suppose, aside from the retrospectives and aside from the sort of dismantling of sacred cows and taboos, etc. But I thought Nane Love was always out for blood, mostly for Western VTubing. I will say that I can understand your disdain for the indie scene of Western VTubing, specifically the Twitch indie scene. But I'm not quite. I don't quite get. I don't quite get the. I suppose the bloodthirst for the entirety of Western VTubing. I think that in terms of Western VTubing, there is. Well, this is potentially my bias speaking, but I think that there are gems here that would not be found if the industry was not allowed to reach the West, or was not allowed to encompass the West, so to speak. Though I don't know how much you would agree with that sentiment or not. However, okay, anyways, back on topic. Aside from these two things, the other thing that I found that this year was especially a feature of my content this year was Twitch, funnily enough. And a lot of it was sort of breaking down the ways in which that the relationship that Twitch had with VTubing was very much representative of the relationship between mainstream Western media and VTubing as a whole. Because there was a lot of overlap between the same contempt that Twitch displayed towards the idea of VTubing and how much Western, for example, media outlets or other more mainstream Western streamers display towards VTubing as well. And I think that the way in which VTubing and VTubers was treated by Twitch throughout 2025, if there's one thing that it was very useful for, and this was the thing that I was this is the thing that I was aiming to do with all of these streams, was to demonstrate how this is most normies in the West. This is most mainstream media in the West. If you try to seek mainstream acceptance, this is the reaction that you are going to get. A combination of, when I did that marathon of reacting to the patch notes episode where Twitch tried to pretend that it actually cared about VTubers, and that no, it's totally in your head that VTubers are being discriminated against. And of course the thing that the fact that the representative that they got from VTubers was nodding along to the entire thing, and everyone was willing to nod along with her. That was something that I found to be quite frustrating. Then, of course, you have Twitch Rivals, a brilliant example of how, well, they're not going to, mainstream streamers and media orgs like Twitch, like, XQC, Shroud, etc., they're not going to play by the rules. They don't view VTubing as an equal. They don't view VTubers as an equal. And as a result, where possible, they are going to try to undermine the success and or recognition of those in our space. A lot of people may listen to me say that, and they may bristle at my implication that it is as tribalistically adversarial as I make it out to be. But if you look at the way that Twitch treats VTubers, I'm sorry to tell you, but that is the reality we live in, right? Then, of course, a 6 month later review of that patch notes episode, looking at Twitch's moderation decisions against the claims that Dan Clancy made of complete fairness and neutrality in the moderation of the platform, which was, as we all predicted, a crock of shit. And then finally finishing off with the recent stream that I did on the Cutie Cinderella hosted Streamer Awards. Specifically the way that the Streamer Awards handled the Best VTuber Award, and the fallout of which, funnily enough, we will be discussing on Archcast tomorrow alongside Lum Lum and ZanVT, who's in the chat. So that's going to be fun. Look forward to that. And if you're interested in us hashing out that topic yet again. But overall, one of the things that I think Twitch was a very useful segue into, a very useful on-ramp for in terms of subjects, topics to discuss going into 2026, is hopefully putting to bed the naive assumption that VTubing in the West has something to gain by appealing to more mainstream streaming or legacy media audiences. Because let's be fucking honest, there's nothing that either of those two demographics have to offer to this medium or to this industry. And Twitch is a perfect case study to demonstrate that. So, when it comes time, well, again, on top of that, it was very useful, the way that Twitch behaved towards VTubers as a platform, right? And the dissonance between the way that they tried to tell VTubers that, they care about them or they matter or whatever. The dissonance between that and the actual policy decisions that they ended up making and enforcing. I couldn't have asked for a more perfect example to prove my point in 2024 that VTubers are being discriminated against. And they would continue to be discriminated against. Because, simply put, in the West, mainstream audiences are not geared to take this medium seriously. At all. They view it as a collection of deviants, which, to be honest, for the purposes of gatekeeping, I don't think is a bad thing. But that is something to be factored into assessments as to how much it is worth appealing to mainstream audiences over here. So, if 2024 was the year where I made or I speculated that Twitch may have it out for VTubers specifically, 2025 was the year that really proved that, it's not all in our heads, contrary to what Twitch and or its Gunt Guarders would try to have people believe. It's very real, actually. And so overall, when you actually look at, when I look back at, the content that I make across 2024 versus the content that I made back in throughout this year, there's very much a kind of a trend in terms of the way that I pivoted the intentions behind the way that I made my content. 2024 was theory building, theory crafting, right? Introducing you guys to concepts. theories, etc., making predictions. And 2025 was the year where all of those things were actually applied to real life case studies, and where the validity of those theories, the utility of those theories, was actually affirmed. Where, you apply them to case studies, the predictions come true, you actually get some form of prejudices that you can use to safeguard yourself from bad actors in the industry, for those with eyes to see, or with a mind to try and look for them. And so you have this sort of two-step process where first you lay the groundwork, and then you actually try to turn it into something that has use, something that can be more widely adopted. And when I went about making my content, that was very much the aim that I have in mind. When it comes to making content for you guys, I try to have an underlying intention behind how I want it to be useful to you guys. And what I am aiming to do is have some sort of long-term plan. Because, again, like I said, something that I've been thinking about a lot throughout 2025 is the idea of what I want to leave you guys with. Because I don't want to just be... There is going to be a lot of overlap with what I do, and just, mindless entertainment in the sense of, let's point and laugh at XYZ failure in communication when it comes to whatever controversy or whatever company that is currently in the middle of collapsing, right? There is an aspect of that in my content, for sure. But I do want there to be some sort of lasting utility to the way that my content ends up affecting the people who watch it, who, like you guys, are willing to invest the time and attention in consuming it. Stop talking like you're dying. It's not so much that I'm dying, but more so the acknowledgement that it's the thing that I talked about in the taboo stream, but it's just this acknowledgement that we all have, this underlying knowledge that we all have, that no one can make this stuff forever, right? No one can make content forever. General lifespan of the average content creator is between like 3 to 5 years. So at some point when I stop making streams and videos, right, when I fall off completely, that, there's going to be I want to have some sort of thing that I'm able to leave to you guys, or whoever chooses to tune into my content. That's why I have these agendas that I have, these year-long agendas that I have when I'm making the stuff to begin with. Oh, by the way, thanks for being a Footstool for 11 months, Louis. I'm late, but I'm here. No problem. No shame in joining late. So, if 2024 was the year of theory crafting and theory building, and 2025 was the year of actual application and attempts at deriving real utility out of said theory crafting and building, 2026 is the year of what I want to move beyond just application of these theories, and I want to try to aim towards some sort of, again, I'm under no delusion that I can change the culture of this industry, but I do want to be a factor in pushing it in a certain direction. So 2026, I am aiming for this year to be the year of what I refer to as narrative breaking. And what I mean by that is, now that we have the eyes to see and the tools to expose these underlying myths, assumptions, and tired tropes in terms of how people talk about things in this industry, or how people perceive things in this industry, my aim is to try and chip away at or erode the foundations of those persistent, unhelpful, in my opinion, unhealthy myths. And the specific ones that I've identified, the ones that I want to try and work away at, are, just going through them, transparency. Now, the reason why I identify this as something, that I would like to chip away at is because even though all of us know that transparency is a meme, it is still a popular idea / talking point. Mostly because there are as many ways of saying transparency or selling transparency as there are ways to make a Twitter post. So the reason why it's a really difficult meme to kill is because it has a lot of different ways of dressing itself up and going under different guises and appearances, etc., etc. If it has a lot of different names and guises, it's very difficult to pin down and push down. And so what I'm going to try to do, no guarantee that I'll succeed, but it's worth trying in my opinion, What I'm going to try to do is hopefully make transparency as a concept coherent and singular enough in a definition in terms of, grabbing enough examples of it to hopefully put to bed the idea that when people talk about it or try to sell something on the basis of it, that it's actually anything but a cynical marketing device. But yeah, again, far more experienced and knowledgeable people in this industry than myself have pointed out the flaws in transparency as a sales motto before, prior to this point, right? Some of those people I look up to quite a bit. But again, this is my attempt at contributing to that overall shift in rhetoric. Make no mistake, for most of these things, most of these talking points that I've had written on screen, most of them are doing a good enough job of eroding their own credibility because the people who espouse them are insufferable, incompetent, or both. However, I would like to join in on pushing them out of relevancy, if at all possible, and that is going to be my aim throughout the next year. A Random Who Games, thank you for being a Footstool for 9 months. Just don't fall off. True, you're right. The second talking point that has become quite popular in the aftermath of 2024, but has already shown some signs of, being a little wobbly, is the whole idea that being indie is inherently better than being corpo. I don't think I need to elaborate on that one too much, but I expect that this is going to be a pretty recurrent theme in 2026, and it's going to be something that I am consciously trying to chip away at. Because, well, to be frank, there are far too many instances of indies in this space, especially the ones that happen to stream on Twitch, that are willing to throw out the baby with the bathwater when it comes to criticizing the way that corporations in this industry do business, while being a little too blind to the flaws of operating independently. We can definitely bring up these things on Lumicast tomorrow. We'll do a lot of yapping. Oh, I expect that at least some of these points are going to be brought up, but yeah, I'm looking forward to it tomorrow. Armchair, please. It's okay, Akira. I didn't stream Minecraft, so I should be I should be safe from that particular. I should be safe from that particular shortcoming. I wouldn't say indies are over, but I think that indies have become a little too cocky in the aftermath of the corpo implosions of 2024. Then we have the whole. I want to. Again, this is something that many people have been talking about prior to me. I'm not the first person to do this, nor am I the biggest. But one of the things that I do want to also contribute towards is laying to bed the idea that mainstream acceptance has anything to offer to VTubing whatsoever. It doesn't. And the people who push for it are doing so for, in my opinion, to my belief, purely cynical reasons. At the best, if I'm to be charitable, out of an extreme sense of naivety. But I'm much more leaning towards cynicism than anything else. So, yeah, and in a similar vein to that, one of the other things that I've observed being very common, a trend that I want to sort of, again, expose and then chip away at, is how when it comes to criticizing not just corporations, right? When it comes to criticizing very valid criticisms of individual conduct or individual rhetoric in this industry, like I pointed out at the beginning of stream, fan bases tend to get very overprotective of their specific Oshi. Which, again, I will not begrudge them that, because it's understandable. Your Oshi, you want to protect them? Understandable. That being said, though, the way in which people end up trying to deflect from criticism is something that, at this point, I've grown well and truly tired of. The whole victim-hater dichotomy that, accompanies all of these things. And, to sort of segue neatly from the whole idea of mainstream acceptance having nothing to offer VTubing, this was very obvious in terms of a very recent case study of this. Iron Mouse, right? Her insistence on trying to court the attention of or play nice with people who do not care about VTubing, do not play nice with VTubers, do not give a shit about VTubers, and frankly speaking, do not have the ability or the compunction to rein in their audiences from making VTubers' lives difficult. That is something that is very worth criticizing. And yet, very often, Not only will people who try to deflect those criticisms try to equate Iron Mouse with all of VTubing in the sense of presenting Iron Mouse specific issues as VTuber issues in general, as I alluded to at the beginning of this stream, but there are also instances where any criticism of Iron Mouse is just, unilaterally labeled as hate, right? In other words, when it comes to criticizing specific and individual forms of conduct in this industry, especially among indies, very often you'll run into a problem where all VTubers are regarded as victims and all critics are regarded as haters. And those are a problem. That's a problem for two reasons. One, let's not assume the whole victimhood as a deflection from criticism and also as a way to fast forward past critical thinking. I mean, it's good if you want to gunt guard somebody, but it's not going to be good for the overall health of the industry. And when I say health of the industry, what I'm referring to is maintaining standards for professional conduct, which I don't think anyone's going to argue with me when I say that the indie VTubing scene does not have a good deal of that. And when it comes to, stigmatizing bad practice, exposing bad actors, and also protecting people who are entering this sphere, who do not have as much experience operating in this sphere, from being exploited by their peers. That is what I mean when I talk about health of the industry, because I understand that may be a bit of a vague term. If I want to be more specific, those 4 talking points are what I am most concerned about. And when criticizing the individual conduct of individual content creators is, when the assumption is always that, oh, you can't criticize individuals because they're all victims, that's a kind of mentality that I despise, quite frankly. And also, the problem with lumping in all critics of something as, being haters or antis or whatever, is because, again, that fast forwards through critical thinking. The mind of a hater cannot be understood, and you should not try to understand it, because to do so would be to engage in a fool's errand. However, the problem is, and this is something that I'm going to end up bringing up on Lumicast tomorrow, but the thing is, this is actually a very mainstream acceptance is a very convenient example of this, where sometimes when someone criticizes you or when someone attacks you for something, they are not doing so because they are your hater, but more so because they are a fan of something else, right? And if they are a fan of something else, for example, VTubing fans taking issue with VShoujo were often chalked up to being VShoujo haters, when in actuality all they were VTuber fans. Same thing happens for Iron Mouse, right? A lot of in Connor's video about VTuber hate, which in reality was just Iron Mouse hate in quotation marks, the people who he was showing off as being Iron Mouse haters were not actually Iron Mouse haters. They didn't know her. They frankly didn't know enough about her to hate her. They were Kaisenat fans. And again, the reason why that distinction is important to make is because rather than just saying all criticism is bad, it is generally a more useful thing to figure out why is that criticism there in the first place. And once that has been assessed, how much legitimacy or validity is there in that criticism? See, once you understand that the Iron Mouse hate comes from Kaisenat fans, then you have a very logical question to ask, which is, where are so many Kaisenat fans coming from? And why are they in Iron Mouse's spaces, right? Which then leads to a whole other discussion on, okay, what are they doing there? Who invited them there? And how much responsibility is on the shoulders of the person who invited them there, right? Things that are very taboo to talk about, but I think are very important to talk about. Mizu, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Mizu Raiders. We are setting the agenda for 2026 in terms of the content that I am planning on making, or more specifically, the various different underlying assumptions in this industry that I'm aiming to chip away at a little bit. And then finally we have demographic blindness. Now this is the thing that I think is I'm most looking forward to chipping away at, because in line with the whole victim-hater dichotomy, or this is something that directly feeds into that. It has long been implicitly known, but not explicitly acknowledged, that a lot of the reason why this space is the way that it is because of the demographics that make up its various components. More specifically, gender demographics and gender dynamics. The fact that most of the talents are female and most of the audience is male. Now, when it comes to acknowledging things in terms of demographics, there are certain aspects where it's okay. Like, for example, I think all of us can pretty freely say that the majority of sex pest scandals happen around male content creators. We all know this as a statistical, thing, trend, if you will. But I'm hoping that 2026, and this is what I'm going to be inching at myself, 2026 is the year where I think we should begin, where I shouldn't say we, because this is on me. I want to gradually try to destigmatize the idea of acknowledging that there may be certain practices or trends that are only viable in this industry or only as prevalent in this industry because of the fact that most of the talents are female and most of the viewers are men. Because I think that while ignoring that may be good for making sure that no one feels uncomfortable, I think that being honest about that is far better when it comes to fixing problems that end up affecting a lot of people year on year. It's the kind of meme where, most of the sex pests are men, and we're brave enough to say that most of the sex pests in this industry are men, right? And we're brave enough to acknowledge that most of the scam victims are women. But are we brave enough to acknowledge why most of the scam victims are women? That kind of thing, right? And again, it's moving past the whole victim blaming being shouted out as this way of trying to avoid all thoughts of nuance or contemplation as to how certain pitfalls are entirely avoidable, right? And again, it's not going to be a popular thing to talk about, but someone's got to do it, and I have an interest in this kind of thing. I learned a lot about that in sociology, and it's because most men have an extrinsic motivation while most women are intrinsic. Exactly. And again, it doesn't need to be something bad, right? Acknowledging that there are flaws in both men and women is not the same as being misogynist or misandrist. But I think that there is far too much acknowledging the flaws of men and not enough willingness to acknowledge the flaws of women, which again is understandable because of the demographics. It's this self-sustaining problem where the taboos around discussing it also make it more difficult to solve. But again, it's something that hopefully we can aim at chipping away. It's something that I can chip away at over time. So, yeah, a big part of this is trying to, I guess a big part of identifying that gender dynamic, or a big part of identifying and chipping away at that gender dynamic getting in the way of acknowledging and fixing problems, is also pointing out the fact that because of the gender dynamics of this space, there's very much a tendency to infantilize the talents, right? And I don't just mean the talents in any one agency or group. I mean just in general, right? There's a reason why girl failure is a very popular archetype when it comes to VTuber personas. But on top of that, you will also notice, once you start looking for it, that there are a lot of instances where audiences and communities will basically baby their Oshis, right? Or basically treat them as if they are a child as opposed to being a grown woman, right? And up to a certain point, if we're talking, content, streams, everyday banter between VTuber and their audience, there's nothing wrong with that, right? It's a dynamic that makes sense when you consider the fact that a lot of this industry comprises of, pretty young women of, around 30, right? But, older men. But, when you put those two demographics together and you insert cute anime avatars on top of that, you're going to get that kind of dynamic, which makes sense. And like I said, if we're just talking about content, and everyday interaction between a creator and their audience, there's nothing wrong with that. But when people start losing money, when people start getting scammed, when careers are on the line, now we can no longer afford to start infantilizing adults. That is when I personally feel like it's time to drop the kayfabe and start looking at things the way that they are. So, look, I said this a lot previously, but as much as the whole hag meme is like I understand, right? It's funny, but I do think that 30 is objectively young, right? So, you know, I'm not just saying this is cope. I'm not just saying this is cope, but if no VTuber who's above 30 is willing to say this, I will. 30 is young, right? I know it's not that young on the internet, but it is young. If we're talking pure biology. And I'm talking biology because biology informs intelligence. And intelligence is a big factor when it comes to assigning responsibility for problems. So that's something that little chain of logic is something that I'm going to be working my best to try and destigmatize over the next year or so. If her bones don't crack when she gets up, she's not a hag. I suppose that's true. It's true. I remember when I thought 30 was old. Yeah, me too. How old are you, Chair? That is. I think there's some point in my previous VODs where I said it out loud, but I'll leave that for people who are actually vested enough in trying to find that. Taps the egg carton. Yeah, but in any case, so yeah, the thing that I was talking about before, something that I've become more aware of, I suppose, over the years that I've done this, is how to get ideas and messages to spread. How do you package information in a manner that makes it appealing to pick up and repeat across different, across different audiences and whatever? Because again, like I said, what I'm aiming for is not so much notoriety as much as it is cultural victory, right? What I want is for the information and ideas I espouse to be able to spread, more so than for them to be, tied back to me. And in recent times, this is part of what has made me decide to change the way that I use Twitter going into the next year, is at the beginning of this month, I actually had an example where one of my attempts at fishing for that to be the case actually seemed to have some sort of results, right? So generally, when you have a meme that you are trying to, and again, I mean meme in the technical sense, not in the funny haha internet joke sense. When you have a meme that you are trying to disseminate, right? When you have a meme that you're trying to put out into the world in hopes that it spreads, generally what is a handy thing to do in order to try and track and evaluate the success of your attempts at getting that information to spread is to tag it with something, whether it be an image, a logo, a motto, a phrase, or whatever, right? Basically something that you attach to your message or to an idea, so that you have some way of tracking if other people are actually picking it up, right? So that's something that I try to do when I have a specific idea or notion that I want to spread. So I'll include like phrases, terms, or whatever, or literal memes to see if, it catches on, if it becomes, if enough people find it funny enough to repeat. And earlier this month, I did manage to fish for one, because you guys remember this was when the whole Streamer Awards drama was going on, right? And this is where, so Muujin ended up making a post towards the end of it. This was after all of the mainstream streamers from Twitch came in and started dunking on VTubers as a collective, right? So Muujin came in and he did a stream about it, and he made a post about it on Twitter where he said, I feel like I'm going crazy with how black and white the situation has become. All nuance has been lost. No one's taking a step back to examine different perspectives, and people are eating each other alive. Let's set the record straight live in 5 hours. And then after he did this stream, he made like a quote tweet of that announcement. where he wrote up the following summary. My final takeaways about the VTuber Award incident. Iron Mouse has experienced harassment like no one else. She would never risk doing this to someone else. She'd rather use herself as a meat shield instead of sending Peanut any hate, and I think that's very admirable. This is exactly what I mean, by the way, when I say that Iron Mouse is one of those people who is just like, for some reason, people just find her very difficult to criticize, because you always have to include this extensive preamble ahead of any critique that you level against her. I don't like things like this, because even though I acknowledge their utility in terms of being a sort of symbolic kowtowing to prevent, being seen as an aggressor, I view it as being largely redundant. It doesn't serve any purpose behind bloating and delaying the actual discourse that's about to come. However, then he goes on to say, however, her tweet could have been worded better. She could have acknowledged frustration and sought to move on together as a community, rather than refer to their emotions as cringe. The burnt peanut is growing faster than Pirate Software during his explosion. I don't think he realizes how much influence he truly has yet. He needs to get way more moderators for his chat. He also needs to do what Kai Cenat did in 2024 with Iron Mouse and tell his community to stop any sort of harassment towards any other VTubers or their fans, period. See, again, this assumption assumes that Burnt Peanut has any reason to care about what VTubers think or what they're going through. He doesn't, and he doesn't. He doesn't, and he doesn't, right? Like, again, that is an assumption, that is an implicit premise that tags along whenever you accept that Iron Mouse has a point with what she was doing, right? And while some people were able to successfully recognize that Iron Mouse was mistaken in terms of trying to play nice with these streamers, they haven't made the next logical step into acknowledging just how little VTubers matter to said streamers, right? And I think that Muujin falls into that kind of trap with this point as well. If he doesn't set boundaries like this, his career will end as quickly as it has flourished. No, it won't, because the audience he's catering to does not give a shit about dunking on VTubers, or VTubers being dunked on. Entirely separate demographic. I would go so far as to even say tribalistically adversarial demographic. So no, his career is not going to end because of this, right? If his career is going to end, it's going to be because of some other controversy. I don't know. I don't know if it ends because of some Pirate Software-esque thing, or because of, some other thing to do with the way that he interacts with his community or whatever. But it's not going to end because his community has beef with VTubers, or his community's been dunking on VTubers, or because VTubers have been suffering because he won an award, right? His career is entirely separate from all of those things. And then the funny thing is, the next point, Shroud is probably the most guilty in all of this. Live on stream, he throws the idea of Peanut taking over the VTuber Awards because it would be quote-unquote funny to see VTubers seethe. Very classy, Unk. Seeing that there's a lot of power dynamic at play, OG streamer versus newcomers, Peanut nervously laughs and agrees, even though he doesn't consider himself to be a VTuber, and he links to the short where he says as much. And finally, don't get it twisted, gatekeeping is necessary to keep bad actors away. Twitch culture didn't gatekeep, and now you have someone who's below drinking age, Rakai, stealing live on stream and getting away with it, all while his streamer award nomination. All while keeping his streamer award nomination. Very classy. You want to be a Peanut VTuber? Fine. Again, we don't need to accept the premise that he is even a VTuber. It's fine to disagree with that. You can be orange, you can be an orange too if you want. All you gotta do is respect others, try to understand their perspectives. See, that's the thing. You don't gotta do that if you don't operate in that space. That is the fundamental fact that both Muujin and everyone else who is, trying to soften the blow on how stupid the decision to play nice with these people was, right? That is the bit that most people are missing when they espouse that talking point. These people don't need VTubing, and conversely, VTubing doesn't need these people, right? Entirely separate, even adversarial. Understand community or fuck off. That's the thing. People were wanting these streamers to fuck off. Iron Mouse was telling the people telling those people to fuck off. That's why she got flack from both sides. And then finally, thank you for your attention on this matter. Now, the thing that stood out to me the most was the whole Shroud thing. Because I had noted at this time that some of the most vocal critics who were dunking on VTubers around the Streamer Awards was XQC. And when you combine that with the fact that Shroud was the one actively pushing Peanut to become part of the awards category in the first place, you have something very funny. Because guess what those two people share, Shroud and XQC? They were both trounced by a VTuber's team earlier on in that rigged Marvel Rivals tournament. and I ended up making a post outlining that specific thing. Now, this is something I will suck myself off and take credit for, starting popularizing this rat, right? Basically, the idea that both XQC and Shroud are still butthurt because they didn't even lose to Dokibird directly. They just lost to the team that she was previously the captain of during that Marvel Rivals tournament, right? So I started the rat where I quoted Mujin's post and said, the funniest thing about this entire situation is that the biggest anti-VTuber instigators and seethers among the large Twitch streamers seem to be XQC and Shroud. Guess what those two have in common, along with this image? Now the thing is with this image, if you reverse image search it, you're not going to find it aside from the tweets that use this. That's because I made this in Photoshop in like less than 5 minutes by downloading a Marvel Rivals victory screen and stealing this picture of Dokibird from GameBrot, basically just, cutting her out and putting her in there. That's why her Ahoge on the left is cut off at the top, by the way. So the thing is, when you the reason why I view this as a little cultural victory is because people started using this image on Twitter as a shorthand to basically say, yeah, big Twitch streamers hate VTubers because they resent VTuber success. And when you look at later posts about the whole Streamer Awards fallout, you can actually see people referencing this specific rat as well, which is something that I took great pleasure in noticing over the next few days. Hold on, let me pull some examples up on stream. Okay. Yeah. You have... So I'm just going to go off of the Yeet posts because this is an account that posts a lot of stuff about Twitch streamer drama. XQC and Shroud's previous loss to Dokibird in a Marvel Rivals tournament has been credited as the reason why they seem salty about VTubers. Quote, clearly neither of them have gotten over that absolutely humiliating loss and now have some kind of pathetic vendetta against VTubers. Basically showing a user by the name of Ember Paradox saying the exact same thing, December 13th, and the replies is just Doki, Truth Nuke, Doki, the same image being posted, Doki, Doki. And then you go on to another post which is outlining basically the same thing. I'll just read out the sections that are cut off by the screen. This by a user called Marshall Bowermond. BXQC and Shroud set up Marvel Rivals tournament. Doki takes part with a team of VTubers. Your irrational hatred of VTubers leads you to cheat. Now that's not strictly true, but that is funny headcanon. Try and screw Doki's team with extra rules no one else follows. Still get your ass beat and lose. Mauled about it for months. Some nobody streamer with a Snapchat filter who also hates VTubers comes along. Buy bots to pump up his views, worm your way into his confidence, convince him to run for VTuber of the Year award, to epically own the VTubers. So again, basically much of the same thing, right? And again, the replies are just Doki. And then a bunch of other people memeing on XQC. More Doki. And then again, XQC saying he feels bad for the VTuber community and he doesn't want to punch down. And again, the same image being posted. So I think that in terms of what I could have asked for in terms of making that particular thing, I think that it was a mission success on that specific meme / rat. But yeah, again, what I wanted out of this is just, a quick, funny, concise way of going, yeah, mainstream streamers don't like VTubers because they resent our success, right? They resent the success of the people who come from this industry. And they are going to take any opportunity to leverage their existing clout with mainstream media and mainstream audiences to dunk on VTubing and VTubers wherever possible. Now, obviously, I could say that in the form of like a long post, but that's not going to penetrate as much as this single image has been able to penetrate. throughout this entire thing. And this is a big part in, this was very gratifying for me. I'm going to take this moment to sort of, bask in it a little bit. Because I had noticed over over 2024 and the earlier portions of this year that, the long posts are fine when it comes to showing off how I think and advertising that to a possible audience. But if I am aiming for cultural victory, right? If I'm aiming for ideas penetrating into a larger demographic, I can't rely on that as the main format. I need something snappier. And this was thankfully an example where that did seem to work. Right now, obviously, this one image is not going to be, I would prefer if this wasn't the only image that is going to be used as a shorthand for this idea. And there are probably going to be others, right? I'm going to try and, find examples of others, make examples of others where possible. But instances like this they give me they make me feel hopeful, because it solidifies to me that when it comes to transmitting ideas, right, it's not just the bad ideas that have, it's not just grifters and cynics who have 100% of the monopoly, who have a complete monopoly over the ability to transmit ideas in the space. It makes me confident. It restores a bit of my confidence in the idea that for every instance of a transparency or a talent freedom that insists on infesting and enduring in the space, we can also come up with memes more proactively that can hopefully push back against those more cancerous aspects of the industry's culture here in the West. This is not a major cultural victory, but it is a small one that I treasure, because it proved that it's possible, at least for me personally, it proved that it's possible, right? It's possible to have an intention, to execute, and to have it work. And that perhaps not all of the memes that end up embedding themselves in the minds of people in this space have to be garbage like talent freedom or transparency or whatever else, whatever else was popular among the collapsed corpos that we have talked about on this stream. So yeah, that is a little bit of a look back on 2025 this year. Pretty nostalgic for me, to be honest, and an outline of how I hope to take things going forward into the next year. There are plans, there are goals. I'm probably not going to succeed at executing all of them, but I am going to try. And I'm hoping that you guys are going to be willing to stick around with me for the journey. Because as much as I go on and on about being pessimistic or cynical about these things, I do... I don't know why it feels so corny for me to say this, but I do love VTubing. I do want this industry to succeed. And while the manner in which I go about it is not the not everyone thinks it's the best way of going about it, understandably so. But it is what I know. And I hope that if you too have a love for this industry, that consuming my content has been able to help you insulate that affection for this industry, rather than, making you feel like you can't trust any corporation not to betray you. Because I understand why that may be a bit of a prevalent way of thinking in the aftermath of 2024. But hopefully that is less so the case now than before this year started. Yeah, Jacob Foxfire, thank you for the 2. Exactly. I'm hoping for 2026 to be the year of the meme. Again, I will settle for cultural victory. I will leave notoriety for other people to obtain. What I aim for is... Well, I can't... Well, I was about to say it, but then I realized that it sounds bad out of context. I aim for the spreading of ideas and the absorption of information, and I will be content in that. Being sincere is corny nowadays, that's true. I wish it wasn't that much of the case, but yeah. VTubing is pretty cool. Yeah, I agree, VTubing is pretty cool. Akira's thank you for the 2. Jan's getting sentimental in his old age. Perhaps. Year of the chair meme. I still have hope despite everything. Good. You should. Because as much as I talk about the failures that I do on stream, again, the point is objectivity. Understanding that things fail for a reason, and conversely, things also succeed for a reason. Part of the reason why I don't like people judging corpos off of vibes alone is because that is what feeds into the idea that Hollow and FaZe and, the like succeed because they quote-unquote do nothing, as opposed to succeed because they have a very definitive set of practices that work. Again, when you start thinking about things in terms of practices, then it becomes a whole lot easier to understand why things go the way that they do. And it becomes easier for you to feel secure and stable in your investment, emotional or otherwise, in, what you choose to support. Chairman wants cultural supremacy. Yeah. I don't have quite the following of some of my peers in this space. But what I lack in size, I hope to make up for in terms of pig-headedness, I suppose. Or at least just the willingness to be that bull in the china shop. Christmas gacha thing seems to be a huge success. Oh yeah, no, for sure. What I am actually a little anxious about, though, is the idea that FaZe starts adopting this for more holidays outside of Christmas. I actually don't think that it's a good idea for them to do this more regularly. I hope that they only do this during, maximum of 2 different holidays throughout the year. Because any more, and I think it would start to erode the novelty of the event. Because I think if FaZe only does it during Christmas, then in between the 11 months between each instance, that's enough for the novelty of the event to reset all over again. For both the talents and the audience, I think. So, yeah. I know that there are some talents that want this to become more regular, but I hope if it does become a more regular thing, I hope it doesn't stay in the same form. But yeah. It's funny now, because it's the first time they're doing it. But I hope they don't... I'm hoping they don't end up doing this regularly. Or too regularly, I should say. Prof aiming for the Civ 5 cultural victory. Well, I mean, when you really think about it, right? What is the point in... Well, actually, I shouldn't say that. That's disingenuous. I don't think that notoriety, personal notoriety, is something that is within the scope of my capabilities. And as a result of that, I've determined that it's not really something that's worth pursuing for me specifically. However, the idea of spreading ideas, it's kind of depressing, because you spend all of that time doing some sort of niche degree like media, and at the end of the day, you realize that there is utility in what you've learned, but the utility is more so in the idea of more people possessing the same knowledge that you paid to learn. So the best career, the one that I found to be the most fulfilling of the basis of my degree, or what I learned in my degree, isn't even something that's industry specific, but more so just teaching the same concepts to other people. And I find that teaching is the most fulfilling job that I've ever had. The most fulfilling thing that I've ever done. And the thing is, when you are a teacher, your aim is not to become the thing or the person that, the people you teach remember, because you are, for all intents and purposes, irrelevant. It is the information you try to impart on your audience that matters. So if your goal is to teach, then, if you become well known, then obviously that's a good thing for you because there are benefits that come along with that. But teaching, real teaching, is getting your ideas out there, is getting your lessons out into the world. It's the teacher and the propagandist have a lot in common with one another when you think about it. And to be honest, my content contains portions of both, although hopefully the footstools that are more familiar with my content, that have listened to me talk about things like propaganda, you will understand that when I say that, I don't mean so with nefarious intent, but more so as a statement of fact. 07, we will miss you, Chairman. Someday I hope that actually does become the case. Someday. The Ulolo victory. Perhaps. I don't know. This stream has been a lot more sentimental than what I thought it was going to be, but fuck it. It's the end of the year. Whatever matters. Do you plan on teaching after you're done being a chair? Bold of you to assume that I've stopped. But yeah, I think so. That is something that I would like to get back to more so afterwards. Oh, Raimi, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Welcome in, rat enjoyers. I was just reflecting. I was just reflecting upon my goals for my content. My personal goals and aspirations for my content. But yeah, no, I think, to be honest, teaching was the only job where I felt like it was the only job where I felt like putting up with all the corporate bullshit was worth it, to be honest. Because any job, right? Any job you work is going to be, it's going to require you to do all of that, all of that garbage with, having to play nice with people who are too insufferable to, who are insufferable and completely useless, except for just being, good little corporate slaves, right? It's all of the box ticking and KPI satisfying, all of that garbage, right? Doing too much paperwork and stuff about numbers rather than actual interaction with a customer, so to speak. All of that bloat that accompanies being part of a bigger corporation, all of that stuff. Teaching is the only field where I felt like that was worth all of the hassle, right? It was the only job where, at the end of the day, you get to, after you're done doing all of the useless box ticking on the company app, after, you hang up your uniform or whatever, you can think about how your students actually have that aha moment, right? You can see it in their eyes, you can hear it in their voice, you can observe it in how easily they do the same exercise the next time you give it to them. And there is a sense of real progress there. There's a sense of real impact and change there. I've always hated doing things that don't seem like they have a purpose or result. There is no fate in my mind that is worse than that of Sisyphus. I hate any sort of endeavor where the outcome of it looks no different to when it started. And teaching was for me the antithesis to that. Well, granted, teaching people who actually had an interest in learning, which is another part of it. I've said this before, but I think that out of all of the careers that prepare you for content creation, specifically streaming, teaching is one of the best. Because if you're good in the classroom, you probably have a leg up when it comes to streaming as well. And I find that there is a lot in common between between maintaining engagement in a classroom and maintaining engagement on stream as well. But it's the same sort of principle, right? Part of the reason why I do this content is because at the end of the day, I'm hoping you guys are able to learn something. And actually, when I look at, I do remember and I recognize, I track when you guys, how you guys respond to certain things in chat when I'm talking about them. And I do feel like, we've gotten to a point where a lot of you have sort of adopted the, when I do those segments where I like ask you guys something on the fly in the middle of a stream to see what you guys think. When I'm fishing for a specific answer in response to a scenario or whatever, that a lot of you guys are starting to pick up on applying the techniques that come from the theories and frameworks that I've given to you guys. And there is no feeling that is better for me than seeing that happen. Like Clear, yeah. I mean, Clear is an excellent streamer. And I have no doubt that at least... some of her earliest content was basically just the lecture, a bunch of history lectures, which is basically just porting over the knowledge that she gained and applied over the course of her job as a professor at university to for the purposes of a streaming career. So, yeah. Spreadsheet confirmed. Not quite to the same degree as that, but similar vein. Similar vein. Maintaining engagement is easy, just jingle keys. Yeah, that's that's true. A lot of engagement when it comes to content creation is mostly just jingling keys, I find. But yeah. I know an RPG VTuber who's a corporate trainer, so his streams are always well structured and easy to absorb. Yeah. Ooh, he teaches us. Sorry, give me a second. I have seen this brought up, actually. Apologies if there are mouth noises in the mic, by the way. I'm currently in the process of eating another lemon candy. But I have seen this being said. Actually, funnily enough, by Nene Love, in the chat earlier, where there are times when people will come up to me and they will say, you offer a kind of content that most people in this industry are not going to want, right? Or that my message or my mission is not one that is going to be compatible with most people in this industry, to the point where it might seem a little futile in terms of why I do what I do. And I understand, right? I may be a little idealistic, but I'm not idealistic to the point where I don't see how niche my content is. But the reason why I make this is not... Make no mistake, I do aim for some form of cultural impact, or at least that's what I aspire to. But the way in which that cultural impact manifests is primarily, I hope, in the form of a resource that is just... this is something I said when I first started streaming as well. A resource that is just there. That, I got sick of looking around and seeing nothing in the same vein as what I wanted, something... Because I was seeking something similar when I was getting into this industry. I was sick of looking around and seeing no one else doing this, so I decided to do this myself. So just having the content out there, or this way of, well, essentially this collection of theories, frameworks, analyses, and case studies just there in case someone does want it. So if they go looking, they have something to find. I feel like this is the purpose behind my work. Not so much to enforce conformity, but just to provide options. Because I feel like, and this is part of the reason why VTubing is so popular, in life nowadays, we just have so few options. Everything is railroaded, everything is controlled by forces and parties outside of our sphere of influence. And, well, I think wanting to have more agency, wanting to have more options is something a lot of people can relate to. So if there is someone who has the sufficient amounts of tism to want to look at things in this manner, this analytical manner, or at least attempt to, the content being there is better than it not being there. And that's why I do what I do. Or one of the reasons why I do what I do. Alfie does that as well, and she mostly does it for things she's interested in, although mostly she talks about Swedish history. Oh. A pickle for the knowing ones, yeah. Oh, Canary, I started making a game. Relearning maths has been fun. Yeah. Sometimes when you embark on a new endeavor, you end up brushing up on skills that you never thought you'd need to brush up on again. I feel like that's always a pleasant surprise. Armchair Teacher RP. That's every time I do my Dora the Explorer segments in the middle of a stream, where I ask you guys about something. What are your wishes for Hololive and FaZe? Well, to be fair, my wishes for Hololive are mostly irrelevant, because when it comes to Hololive, I'm mostly a clip watcher at best. But when it comes to FaZe, I hope that in 2026, all of their talents end up working under contracts as opposed to without a contract. Because, actually, this was something that I brought up during the stream that I did with Murray when we were playing Plague Inc. But the idea of FaZe, specifically because of its current position of strength as the biggest EN Corpo, it has a lot of what I referred to back then as Schrodinger's yaps. Things or details or bits of information that are a meme and a joke now, while they are in a position of strength, but are liable to become, well, liabilities if FaZe were to ever stop being the top VTuber corpo in the EN space, or if they were to exhibit a very undeniable sign of weakness. Yeah, Murray, that's my thought as well. I hope it was just a joke. I'm hoping it is just a joke. Because it's stuff like that where, again, stuff like that now, because everything is going right at FaZe, you know, they're doing great, all the talents are fine, for the most part, and, you know, now, with all of that surrounding context, we can all laugh that as a joke. We can all, you know, hand wave that away as a joke. But again, if FaZe actually has, you know, a crippling yab, stuff like that is likely to be recontextualized as a negative rather than a positive or a neutral fact. Some of the talents have said that their contracts are expired and they haven't signed new ones yet. Yeah, they say it. They've said it in like a joking manner, which is why I'm willing to believe that it's just a joke, right? But you know, I get antsy when stuff like that happens. Yeah, I get antsy about stuff like that, even as a joke, right? Because I'm not saying that this is, you know, I'm not saying FaZe is secretly collapsing on the inside or anything like that, right? But it's kind of an occupational illness where when I hear things like that, I kind of grimace a little on the inside rather than just finding it funny. So, yeah. Niana almost became that yab in my opinion. Yeah, her delayed debut is very, it is one of the stranger things to have been going on with the company as of late. While Chairman expects Relevance channel will last for 3 years max, I hope it goes longer than that. Deep discussion is rare. Yeah, although, again, it's about, if we're talking cultural impact, I have been perhaps one of the few examples of people who will look at these topics in this. Well, I go out of my way to try and look at it in a more analytical manner, but I don't have to be the only one. Right? There are other people who are willing to do this, and it's more so a matter of finding them. And even if I when/if I end up stopping, there are going to be other people eventually. I have enough faith in people in general to believe that there will be someone else to pick up the slack if I stop. That's, of course, again, it's more so just a... I don't think what I do is at all necessary. In fact, I very much believe that if I were to stop tomorrow, it would make more people happy than not. As self-deprecating as that may sound. But I don't think I'm unique in any sense. I am specialized, but I am not unique. Needing to sign talents would explain why Fishman opened up the wallet this year. Perhaps. But yeah, it's stuff like that where my hope for FaZe is that... Actually, I hope more of the talents feel comfortable and get rewarded for splintering off and doing their own thing. That's my wish for FaZe. Because... if you guys have been keeping track of... this is something that I've been fanboying about in private. But seeing Invaders Wish go through their entire, their whole idol arc, for want of a better way of putting it, their whole concert arc, that has been insane. That has been truly a joy to witness. I want more of that for the company. And I'm hoping that it's viable as well. Because when I think about ways in which FaZe's brand can grow and expand, that is one of the, in my opinion, that would be one of the best ways possible. Because, I don't know, it's... like, there were always talents in... Yeah, okay, so... Weebu, what you said, right, that is one of the reasons why I have been such a sucker, no pun intended, for this particular arc. Because last year, right, if you were to ask me last year, I thought, I thought Dizzy was pretty cool, right? I thought Dizzy was pretty cool. She was, she seemed like a very caring co-worker. She did banger RP streams, had a knack for a kind of, for want of a better way of putting it, psychological horror, the ability to create RP cognito hazards in a way that no one else I've ever seen in this industry ever quite pull off, right? But I would have mostly just, my conception of her as a creator was mostly just being, well, I shouldn't say just, but it was mostly being, a kind of just sort of adorkable creative, right? And that was kind of it. It was kind of admittedly a little pigeonholed. But seeing her go through this arc of, you know, releasing a single, and also absolutely killing a concert performance, that has been my mind has been expanded after that one, after watching that. I'm not gonna say that I see the appeal, because I think it's a little too early for me to say that. I am by no means. I don't think that I would not describe myself as a love bug, but I am beginning to see. I am beginning to see the appeal. When she debated herself was pure Kino, yes. Many people who watched had things expanded for sure. Not in that way. Not in that way. You know, Dizzy is the way that I previously viewed Dizzy before, aside from just, you know, aside from the sort of dorky creative thing that I outlined just then. Dizzy was one of those people in this industry that after I learned about, you know, how she came to be, etc., etc., and just as a figure in general, she is very much someone that I view as being a. This is probably going to sound very strange, perhaps, but I view her almost as being a sort of legacy part of Ian Corpo VTubing, like as a field. And as a result of that, I view her as being a rather underrated, in my opinion, font of. This is going to sound cheesy, but font of wisdom and experience when it comes to how things work in this industry that very few other sources can match. So she was very much towards the beginning of this year. When I thought of Dizzy, I would mostly think of, you know, the whole the whole creative RP thing, you know, funny, dorky, but also far wiser than her VTuber persona would lead you to believe. And that was mostly the way that I thought of her. And as a result of that, admittedly, the way that I conceived of her was her VTuber persona was also quite, like, for want of a better way of describing it, very asexual. But the concert really changed that one. The concert, I don't think I've switched on that. But I don't, how do I say this? I see the appeal. I see where people are coming from. When people, you know, froth at the mouth over her, I understand where that comes from now. To be honest, I don't consider myself a FaZe fan anymore. Just a routine at this point. Fair enough. Yeah. Not quite a love bug yet. It's how do I say? I wouldn't go so far as to say I don't think I'm there. I don't think I'm there, but part of the reason why I say, again, I don't identify with any of those fan labels is because I feel like in order to earn that, you need to be part of that specific community. I don't think I'm there for any VTuber, to be honest. But also because, like I said, right, when it comes to Dizzy specifically, The reason why I don't say I understand the appeal just yet is because I'm overly autistic with how I word things, and I don't think that's quite accurate. Because if you say, understand her appeal as a creator, would I be able to articulate it on par with, a love bug who's been there for fucking years? Fuck no. I don't feel like I feel like there's quite a ways to go before I can say that. But I think that I feel safe enough to say that I'm starting to see it. Are you saying Dizzy is a dinosaur hat? No, that's not what I'm saying. Yeah, more of a revered elder kind of thing. That's probably a better way of putting it. So previously, when I thought of Dizzy, I would only... The primary way that I would think of her was, sort of more so, reverence for a predecessor, I suppose. Someone who I have a lot to learn from, both as a result of what they have said and what they have accomplished. But it's this sort of... The thing that made watching the Wish Girls go through this entire arc so magical was that it really did feel like dream chasing. Like, 4 people, 4 best friends chasing a shared dream. It's the magic of that particular thing. I just made it so... Words fail me, to be frank, but yeah, that's what made it so enjoyable to watch. And that was where, instead of viewing Dizzy as some sort of elder, that was what allowed me to view Dizzy as more, It sounds stupid to say out loud, to be honest, but as someone who, as grim as it may sound, who still has dreams to chase, I guess? I don't know. I feel like there's probably a better way of wording that, but... If I wanted to put it crudely, I'd say it made her feel... made me view her as more bright-eyed than I did previously, I suppose is the way that I would put it. If, albeit a little crudely. But yeah, that's part of what it made it such a joy to watch. That's what I'm hoping for more of. That's why I'm hoping for more of that kind of thing over the next year for FaZe. Yeah, actually, that's a pretty good way of putting it. The concert showed that she was one of the girls and not some sort of matriarch. Yeah. I think because of Dizzy's position of seniority, almost used the wrong word there, seniority on this side of the industry, I kind of typecast her in my head a little bit. But seeing the concert arc has kind of undone that for me. And it sort of helped me understand a little bit more the idea of, as much as she may cringe at this, her as an idol. No, maybe not in the singing and dancing sense, right? But actually, side note, I have always been a little... Ever since I actually bothered to try and understand this industry a bit more than just her, my favorite VTuber, I've always been a little annoyed at when people dumb down being an idol to just singing and dancing. Because clowns sing and dance. But we wouldn't go around calling clowns idols. It's the aspect of being an idol, or at least from what I've gleaned, the whole aspect of trying to build yourself up to being more than human, this thing that can be a source of inspiration for members of your audience, right? This thing that they would want to push as a sort of symbol of, a symbol of dreams being achievable at all. Like that's the aspect of an idol, of, even the concept of what, idoldom, idolatry, perhaps. That's the aspect of being an idol that I feel like you certainly, I'm not going to say that that most people on the inside of this industry don't get, but I feel like it's criminally under acknowledged outside of the eastern side of VTubing, where most people over here seem to dumb down being an idol to just, singing and dancing, right? I mean, don't get me wrong, right? There is the whole singing and dancing aspect to it, the whole music making aspect to it, but it's that aspect of, building yourself up to be someone who people look up to, the idea of chasing a dream that others are willing to push you towards achieving. It's that aspect of being an idol that I feel is, very much underrated. And I do feel like after it is previously, when I say something, previously, the manner in which I viewed Dizzy previously to, the whole, previously to Last Signal, right, was more so the same way that you would be able to understand why someone is respected in an industry, which is not quite the same thing as understanding why someone would be looked up to as an Oshi, right? And I feel like seeing this has allowed me to expand my understanding of that a little bit. And I understand that to someone who's probably not as familiar with my content, if they were to hear me say that, it's probably a very reptilian way of describing, I suppose, probably a very reptilian way of describing liking a content creator. But yeah, in the interests of trying to properly articulate why I've come to enjoy something, I feel like that's how I would put it. I may figure out a better way of phrasing things in the future, but for now, this will have to do. You can blame Bishoujo's marketing and Indie's marketing for some of that. Yeah, for some of that. Not all, because obviously that marketing was built as a result of... Well, it was built to cater to that being a thing that existed before Bishoujo existed. From interactions I've seen here and there, collabs outside of FaZe, Dizzy does, it seems like even indies are aware of the importance of her in the company and respect her a lot. Yeah. Idols are just stardom, people sing and dance, but they embody concepts by a group that is something... Yeah, they embody concepts given by a group that are hard to enunciate. Exactly. Being an idol is part of the reason why Eastern Corpos kept the idea of debuting in generations. Yeah. Idol is something/someone that inspires you to worship it. In the East, it definitely gets it more than in the West, maybe due to monotheism. Perhaps. Well, it's the fact that in the West, it mostly transitioned from monotheistic to materialistic. And to be honest, idol as a concept, idolatry as a concept, as in the Eastern sense of the word, does not translate well regardless of which of those two paradigms you're trying to import it into. If you try to import idols as a concept into a monotheistic culture, you're going to get fucked because the monotheistic culture is going to reject it summarily. If you try to import it into a materialistic culture, or an overly materialistic culture, as I would argue that American culture, in terms of its media landscape at least, is, you are going to get a cynical bastardization of it, as you can probably make the argument that a lot of... Well, you certainly do get a lot of examples of that in Western VTubing. So, part of why I say that mainstream acceptance has nothing to offer VTubing is because it is entirely incompatible, both in terms of its previous iteration and its current form, with the ideas and the values that define what VTubing is, and especially that define the idol aspect origins of VTubing. According to Rats, Grimmy would have joined HoloLive if not for VShojo. I have seen that particular clip, yeah. It is... I do think that it will never cease to amaze me just how much VShojo was able to fuck up the Twitch indie scene behind the scenes. well, to a degree that we will likely never see fully publicized. But yeah. I'll never forget when Dizzy threw shade at Idol on a short when they were being overly transparent about contracts. Yeah, Dizzy was one of the people I was referring to when I said that, you know, those who have far more experience and knowledge in this industry than I do have already, you know, for years now been going on and on about how transparency is a meme, right? But again, in spite of people like her, like Pippa, who are willing to, you know, actually state the obvious, right? It's not, you know, it has persisted regardless. And I feel like that pushing back against the prevalence of that particular meme is something that I would like to contribute to. Because, well, I have the equipment in the sense that I have knowledge, theories, concepts, jargon that can be leveraged for that purpose. So why not use them? The other thing, though, and this is something that has been newly acquired because of the fact that FaZe is now, by default, the largest EN-based VTuber company. Which, again, it's still, for any FaZe fan, that is a very... saying that out loud is going to feel weird, right? Multiple FaZe talents have also said that that is a concept that they try not to think about as well. The difficult thing is, with FaZe now being, by default, the biggest VTuber company in the West. You know, well, I should say based in the West, because HoloLive and Niji are technically EN companies. FaZe is no longer in a position where talents can afford to readily throw shade at other companies' practices, because they are now the biggest company that is based in the West. Because now, when they do that, it looks like trying to, you know, kill the competition in the crib or punching down. Neither of which is optically great. It's bad enough that you have some FaZe fans that run around antagonizing other companies by trying to laud FaZe's superiority over other corpos. But that is, you know, dunking on other companies in terms of their rhetoric and what they do, explicitly, is going to become something that FaZe is probably going to be able to afford to do less and less the bigger they get. So, you know, a scenario like before, like what you identified, where Dizzy threw shade at Idol in a short, I don't think we're going to be getting a lot of that from FaZe going into the future, which is probably for the best, right? Because I'm assuming that that's going to be replaced by, you know, FaZe actually pursuing things like music ventures, the talents being able to chase the idol dream, etc., etc. Which, to be honest, if I had to give up FaZe throwing shade at companies doing, you know, shitty things versus FaZe actually becoming the idol company that their talents have always dreamed of becoming, I'm choosing the second one in a heartbeat, right? If the first is what I have to give up to get the second, fuck it, whatever, it's worth it. But the thing is, I feel like the point still deserves to be made. And if, you know, someone else can make it, besides the, you know, if someone else can make it, fine. Great. As somebody that didn't like the idol stuff, or was into anime or IRL, I thought it was really dumb thanks to K-pop girls in my home country. HoloLive with Myth changed my mind completely. And how much? Oh. That's good to hear. I want Kiwawa to succeed in this career path that she's chosen, and I'm happy that these girls working hard has made me... I want to keep supporting this industry, the corpo side. Yeah, me too. Me too. We may support different corporations, but I think we are the same in the sense that we understand what they represent. The professionalism, the structure, the ability to push their talents to achieve more and to give them a chance to achieve something that they previously dismissed was impossible if all they were working off of was their own strength, abilities. That's why I say it's always good to be under the shadow of someone bigger. They tank the flak by virtue of rank. Yeah. Yeah. Not a lot of people will realize that, but... Oh, Pippa has said as much in her streams when she's talked about how it makes her mildly uncomfortable that FaZe is now, by default, the biggest Ian-based corpo. But yeah. FaZe is going to have a lot more eyes on it now than it did at the beginning of 2024, let's say. I feel like that is going to be, ultimately in the long term, that is probably going to be a good thing. That depends on how competently FaZe is able to leverage it. I have faith, because FaZe has proven itself to be a competently run company. And the fact that I don't know the details of how it is run is all the more fact why I'm willing to believe that. The pass FaZe got for being a nobody sad girl company disappears when they are now seen as the gold standard overnight. Feels scary. It really is quite funny. It really is quite funny. I don't think FaZe is ever going to completely shake the... Well, actually, no, let me revise that. I don't know if FaZe is going to completely shake the sad girl meme, but I don't think that sad girl has defined FaZe in a while. If you've actually watched the stuff that the talents have been making over, even if I'm being, you know, really pessimistic, like the last year or so, I feel like they have done a lot more with their brand than just the sad girl aspect of it. Well, FaZe is now going through a phase. I'm sorry, Spydark, we're gonna have to execute you after the stream. Who's the number 2 Western agency? If we're talking Western-based as opposed to operating in the West, so this is excluding things like Hololive and Niji Sanji, I think after FaZe is honestly VLure, I think, in terms of just degree of success, consistency, and stability. Because when I judge a corpo, I do not judge it on the basis of like rhetoric or anything like that. I judge it based off of how stable things have been. Which is a combination of a bunch of things, but one of which is ability to run consistently. And I think that second to FaZe, VLure is the most consistent, most stable VTuber company. It sounds so surreal to say out loud, right? Number 1 Western VTuber agency is, you know, quote-unquote sad girl company, and number 2 is the whore company. But, well, it is the world that we live in. This is our wacky industry. VLure is doing very well. Yeah, it is doing very well. Stronny seems to be, you know, she has a competent team behind her. The talents all seem to be well selected and they get on well with one another. Their fan bases, you know... Again, this is something that I did not expect when the premise for VLure was first floated, but... When you say, you know, ASMR, GFE, that kind of, you know... If you told me that you were planning on founding a company based specifically around that kind of content... I would not have guessed that that would become one of the better, more stable agencies. So, yeah, no, I don't know. I would not have pegged VLure as being one of the most solid, most stable, most solid contenders in terms of Ian corpos. But here they are. I feel like VLure... I'm not one to give credit for simply existing. Quite the opposite. But I do think that VLure deserves acknowledgement for being run competently. Because it does seem to be the case. Socks? I don't know about Socks, to be completely honest. They've had a bunch of managers leave over the course of this year. They've had a bunch of staff leave over the course of this year. And I mean, they've expanded with new talents, but not to the same extent as VLure. And when I look at their brand identity, it's nowhere near as cohesive as For example, velours. So I don't really think I don't think I would class socks as a contender for second biggest Western-based VTuber agency. I hope Nova finds her way into her dream of being an idol as well. She says she wants it desperately, but isn't going to go corpo. Try and help her with that dream. I'll be honest. I feel like... Sorry, give me a second. Look, Zuli, I'll be honest. I'm sure Nova is... Yeah. I hope that she can achieve her idol dreams. But I'll be honest. I get that Nova is a V-Reverie veteran, right? But I'll be honest. When I read her talking about corpos on Twitter, I get the same energy as that friend who's been through 5 breakups talking about men, you know? I get the same sort of impression in that sense. Because when your sample size is... Well... When your sample size is V-Reverie... I don't know if that gives you the best impressions of what corpos have to offer, or why they exist in the first place. And I mean, she went from that to Glitch Stars, which, again, I don't count Glitch... I'm sure Glitch Stars, for the talents that are still there, are great, but I don't count Glitch Stars as a corpo in the same sense as I would count Hololive, Niji Sanji, or Face Connect, or even Velour as corpos. Because, simply put, Glitch Stars is a money hole, and it doesn't really seem to have the potential of being anything but. It is essentially run purely at the generosity of its CEO. Which, again, there's nothing inherently wrong with that, but at the same time, I wouldn't exactly call that a corpo either. I'm sure it's grand, but words have meaning, and corpo is not a word that I would attribute to Glitch Stars. Again, it's not intended to be any sort of jab at the way that it runs, just at the idea that it should be equated with, you know, corpos, right? Because, in my opinion, in order to be regarded as a legitimate corpo, you need to be able to make money, aside of just existing solely on the whims and the wallets of your executive body. Because, let's be honest, right? There is a certain point where if we are going to play around with the definition of a corpo, at what point do we include paid friend groups as corpos? Because you could make the argument, and again, this is me being a little crude with the way that I say things, if a company is only sustained off of the pocket and finances of its CEO, the personal finances of its CEO, that CEO, right, barring professional codes of conduct or whatever, that CEO does not really have a company, doesn't really have a business, doesn't have an enterprise. That CEO has a paid friend group. And there's nothing wrong with paid friend groups if everyone involved is an adult and everyone involved is happy with the arrangement. But I'm not going to look at paid friend groups and assess other corpo... sorry, I shouldn't even say other. And assess corpos, businesses, off of the basis of, you know, the precedent set by a paid friend group. And likewise, I'm not going to assess a paid friend group based off the same standards that I would have for an actual business. I view those two as being basically parallel with one another. They are different things. They are different kinds of things. So, you know, when I think about the sample size that Nova has, I don't exactly see a lot of corpo in it, to be fair. Glitch Stars and V Reverie is a hell of a data set if you want to try and gain an idea of what corpos have to offer in this space, right? I don't. I want to make it very clear. I don't hate Nova as a person. I don't mean to deride her ability as a content creator. Her success speaks for itself, right? She is in. I believe she's the biggest VTuber in her specific niche of like TCGs and stuff like that. However, when it comes to that specific aspect of, you know, stuff that she said on Twitter and publicly, I do view that as being a little bit dubious personally. Business, aka buyers and sellers. Yeah, exactly, right? Because, you know, Pixelink and Glitch Stars run off of very... I imagine they run off of pretty similar conditions, right? When it comes to the fact that the talents all seem happy, but the moment the CEO, or if the CEO ever needs the money for something else, the company's not going to exist, right? Because Glitch Stars does not make a profit. Duologs has been pretty open about that fact, right? And again, there's nothing wrong with that, but I'm not going to, you know, I'm not going to view that as being... I'm not going to view that in the same way. I'm not going to view Glitch Stars in the same way as I view like HoloLive or Niji Sanji or Phase Connect or Vialore. Because it doesn't seem like an entity that exists for the purpose of making profit. In other words, it doesn't seem like a business. You just know if Holo gives her a contract, she is signing in an instant. Did I miss an earlier message? Hold on, let me check. Is that the same as Flork's VTuber? Yeah, I do kind of view Flork's... I do kind of view Socks in the same way. Because again, what is Flork's... What is the Socks VTuber agency like, branding? I don't see that branding as being independent of Twitter. In much the same way as I didn't see Vshoujo's branding as being independent of Twitch. Don't get me wrong, I just wish the best for Nova, but she's also been saying she's getting the same issue with 3D models as Kirsha and just getting models in general. Yeah, and again, that's part of being part of a corpo that most people don't like to acknowledge, because if you acknowledge it as an indie, you're bashing on artists. And you don't bash on artists as an indie, because, you know, that's a taboo. But yeah, no. Cleo's talked about it as well. Cleo and Mari have talked about it as well after joining FaZe, where one of the immediate differences that they notice is that artists tend to actually respond when they have, you know, a company that is tacked onto their name, or they can get the company to reach out on their behalf and they get a response time that's far, far shorter than if they were to reach out themselves. So, yeah. Wasn't Socks also known as the meme company when the first gen was announced? Yeah. And they've kept that marketing to today. They are still the meme company. And, you know, that's fine when you're just starting out, but over time, if you want to be a serious competitor in an industry that is like VTubing, I don't know if meme company is going to cut it outside of Twitter. Getting into a Twitter fight with Cha-Cha Chilla just kind of gave her more attention than she deserved. Yeah. I think that it's understandable if Flork wants to stand up for his talents, but I think that the manner in which he went about it ended up giving way too much attention to the person who was just stirring shit for no reason. It did lead to... Sorry. Excuse me, apologies. But yeah, it did lead to a funny outcome, but that was mostly because Cha-Cha Chilla couldn't shut the fuck up, rather than because Flork did the right thing with his initial response. Bro, I don't know if that's quite the case, but okay. I will say that my experience with artists, I've been lucky. I've been spoiled, because all of the artists that I've come into contact with, you know, Noxin, Evo, Aquarake, you know, Agamata, all of them have been joys to speak to and, you know, in some cases work with, right? But I'm very aware that my data set is not the average. My data set is not the average VTuber experience in this industry when it comes to interacting with artists. It doesn't seem like, anyways. So I have been rather spoiled when it comes to artists. But you know, it's like that. It's like that Bible story about. It's like that Bible story about God being convinced to save a city because Abraham only was able to find even one person who was good in it, who was worth sparing. I am not going to advocate for total artist annihilation purely because of the ones that I know being great, right? I've never had a bad experience with an artist, and the one time one went over a deadline, they offered another art piece for free. Yeah. Again, perhaps it is mostly a case where perhaps the way that we conduct ourselves as creators filters out the more performative and ineffective, feckless artists that tend to be the bulk, that make for the bulk of people's complaints about the field. But yeah, I mean, all of the artists I've interacted with have been great. So if you wish to do art as a business, you need to treat it like one. Agreed. I think the market will filter the artists themselves. Yeah, I think so too. The problem is, it's, enough people have had because, Nova is not small. She is not a nobody in any sense of the word. Neither is Kirsche, for that matter. And yet both of those had issues with 3D artists. That tells you something, right? Because that means they must have, they're probably working with an artist that has some sort of portfolio, repertoire, and reputation to their name, right? Because, if you're creators of their size, why would you settle for anything less? And yet they are still having issues with professionalism. Just so. I feel like that points to it to being more of a persistent industry problem than just an aberration that crops up here and there. I imagine the anonymity and ability to change names is really easy to get stiffed on both sides. Yeah, I think that's a big part of it as well. Artists should be held to standards just like everyone else. Well, I mean, the whole Cinder drama proved that wasn't the case, right? I mean, look at the fact that Bao and Shy Lily still use Nanolus. Even though the aftermath of the Cinder drama very much proved that Nanolus was not some sort of blame-free angel that was just roped into a bad deal, right? To be fair, Kirscha's problem might be different from Nova's, in that some artists might not want to associate with her because of drama. Yeah, but between the two of them, they are both sizable creators that basically exhibit both aspects of the artist's problem, right? Artists are, both the reputable ones and the ones who care a little, who probably care extensively about their reputation. Both of those are problems that you are likely to run into regardless of what size you are as an independent content creator. I have to prepare to sleep. Can you read the last super chat I sent? Hold on. Last super chat that you sent. About VirtuaCon, does it show hope for the space that some were allowed to openly discuss the red flags before it imploded? I'd say that VirtuaCon is quite different to TwitchCon, because VirtuaCon is, I think the openness that people had was conditional on the fact that it was very new as a con. It didn't have a lot of pre-established reputation, branding, or endorsement. So there was very little cost to speaking out about it. The opposite is the case with TwitchCon and Offkai, for example, where there is an existing pre-established prestige and brand that you're going to have to tank if you want to say something bad about it. So, yeah. I wouldn't be so quick to equate VirtuaCon with, other cons in this space. or how it was treated versus how other cons in the space are going to be treated. My job is pseudo PR, and even I frown at the larger-than-life indies who seem to have no grasp of self-control or restraint when it comes to public image. Again, I find it very funny. Oh, I forget which tweet was it. Oh yeah, the talent behind Maria, behind Ko Maria from V4 Mirai, Emilia. I found it to be very funny when I saw Bao in the replies to Emilia's tweet saying, for something along the lines of, for God's sake, stay indie. When one of her largest incidents earlier this year revolved around how she, as an indie, was tragically betrayed and backstabbed by another indie. Like, you know, I get where the message comes from in light of 2024, but I just think that the messenger is rather ironic. Emilia has a model now? Yeah, I saw. Especially since Virtual Con seemed more anti-AI than anything else. Yeah. Not Bao. Bao is yeah, exactly. Yeah, Bao is also someone who has been scammed multiple times. You know what probably would have helped you filter out those scams? A corporation, you know? Like, it's again, I understand where she's coming from, but it's funny that she's the one saying it. She is a walking billboard for why being an indie is not sunshine and rainbows either. A lot of careers would have been ended if the person who's, you know, if the person in question had to tank the amount of money that Bao ended up squandering on scams. So I dislike Bao. She's a hypocrite because she says that she's happy to collab with Callie and Narissa. Yeah, I do feel like there is a little bit of a double standard there as well. But my complaint, you know, her wanting to collab with Callie and Narissa while also going corpo bad, like, you know, I can overlook that because at the end of the day, Callie and Narissa are cool people, and I understand as a big content creator why you want to collab with other big content creators who you think are cool regardless of their affiliation, even if I do think that it's a very stupid way of undermining your own message. The thing that I take grievance with is the fact that she was willing to play along with fucking VShojo. Not forget collabing with HoloLive members. Her playing along with VShojo, attending the parties, and not saying anything about it until after the whole thing's done, like that's far more of a sign of hypocrisy to me than anything else. But yeah. Also, Bao can't be a horny freak on stream if she was corpo. I mean, look, VAlore exists, right? Now, I'm not saying that they all behave on stream in the same way that Bao behaves on stream. They only recently started streaming on Twitch. But, you know, wanting to be unfiltered and horny, like, you know, I don't think that's a very valid reason to say corpo bad. Like, corpo not for me? Sure. Corpo bad? No, not quite. I don't think that logic carries across completely there. To be honest, indie VTubers need to rediscover physical diaries. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. And again, it's like I said during that stream that I did on the VTube on the Streamer Awards, right, where I was going through that segment with Iron Mouse, where people will say, it's an endless source of bemusement to me that people will say, "Oh, Twitter is a cesspool. Twitter is horrid. Twitter is a horrible place for mental health. I hate Twitter. Twitter is, you know, this and that and this and that." And at the end of the day, they'll turn around and they'll treat Twitter like a therapist or a diary. Like, come on, man. How do you get more mentally dissonant than that? If you think it's such a shit platform, then don't spill your guts on there. It doesn't take a genius to figure out that if you really do think that it's that much of a plague, you shouldn't be using it for something that is as vulnerable as talking about your personal thoughts and feelings. Just use it for what it was designed for. Farming engagement. Now, obviously, engagement farming is against the rules, but the principle remains. I wish Evanito would spill the tea that he had promised. I mean, I think what he told me was pretty much all that he was going to say. But, oh well. Women. Drinks tea. Twitter is the devil, proceeds to still use it. Yeah. Yeah. I find it all to be quite, again, it's funny. That's why memes work better on Twitter than genuine attempts at discourse. Because genuine attempts at discourse just get lost in the performativity of the platform. Thought it would be a good idea to bring iMouse and Connor for... Yeah, Nexon thought it would be a good idea to bring Connor and iMouse for a sponsorship after the whole major controversy. I think that they should have never gotten Connor to begin with. I think it was just... whoever picked that was just having a moment. Perhaps they were just having an off day or an off week. Or perhaps even an off year. Because if... Blue Archive is the fucking cunny game. Why the fuck would you get CDog VA? Why would you sponsor CDog VA to play the cunny game? Are you ill? Like, it's just so stupid that someone would make that decision. That is textbook just looking at numbers and not looking at brand. You know? I'm complaining about YouTube and I still use it. There are reasons to... See, the thing is, you can complain about something. That's fine. My issue is not complaining about something. My issue is complaining about the very things that you end up benefiting from. That's where I have a problem. It's okay if you complain about something you can't fix, or you can't affect, or something that you have abstained from out of principle. That's fine. But the problem is people complaining about things that they still are willing to reap the benefits from. That's where I start to take issue with it. Because, look, if people want to reap the benefits of, corpos in this space operating off of a perhaps less than ethical standard, and they're quiet about it, you know what? Fair game, right? That's fine. You're quiet about it. Everyone needs to look after themselves. I understand. It may be cynical, but I'm not expecting this to be, I was not born yesterday. I am capable of handling a little bit of cynicism. Or even a lot of cynicism. But if you want to benefit from it and then pretend like you're some sort of paragon of morality, no, we're not playing that game. 5 minutes in a Google search would have proven that to be an awful idea. Yeah, exactly. It's just, I don't know how fucking Blue Archive settled on CDog VA. It's just, I just don't understand. Because the JP side makes decisions and JP doesn't understand who are the best Western people to sponsor their products. Yeah, but again, you could just Google your game and see which streamers are streaming your game. Like, okay. When people keep suggesting, other examples of good sponsor targets, like, for example, Remy from FaZe, Mint from Indie, or, fucking anyone who, anyone who has streamed Blue Archive in the past. Like, those are... You could have found out that those were creators that had done content around Blue Archive who were fans of the game through just a Google search, right? And somehow they didn't do it. One of the first things that, you would be doing when you're advertising a product is, looking at if you have a pre-established product like Blue Archive, which has a pretty strong brand, pretty big fan base, you want to look through your social media. Check who's using your tags. Check who's making content on platforms, all of the various different platforms, TikTok, Insta, YouTube, Twitch. Well, probably not Twitch because we're talking about Blue Archive, but all of the different creators that are making content using your product, right? And you'd pick from that pool. Because the thing is, something that I found to be very irritating as an attempt at a counter argument to Blue Archive cutting off CDog VA as a sponsor, right? There were some people who attempted to say, oh, but the point of, you're missing the point of a sponsor because the whole point of a sponsor is to reach new audiences. How are you going to reach new audiences if you don't sponsor people like CDog VA? And I'm just looking at that going, brother, do you understand how brands work? Right? It's not just about reaching new demographics. It's about reaching demographics that are actually going to be receptive to your product. That's the difference. That's the difference between understanding expanding your demographic versus targeting demographics. And the problem with what Blue Archive did when they sponsored CDog was they forgot that they needed to target a demographic. And the thing is, you aren't going to be able to expand your demographics if you target a group of people that are not likely to even like what you're selling. Brands, the part of branding that as a practice, right, that most people don't talk about, that most people don't acknowledge, is the fact that you need to exclude people in order to target people. And Blue Archive, by targeting their demographic, which they have very successfully done, has had to exclude other demographics that have significant overlap with CDog VA's audience, which is why the decision to sponsor him was such a colossally idiotic one. And that's the thing that everyone trying to, kick up a fuss about them cutting off that sponsorship. That's the thing that all of those people don't seem to understand, right? That's the aspect of branding that they basically glossed over or ignored. Yeah, exactly. It's not just about wanting consumers. You want the right consumers. In other words, customers are always going to be preferable to consumers, right? Or at least if you actually care about the product you're selling. Yeah, new demographic that poisons the well, exactly, right? Yeah, you wouldn't sell bacon to a Muslim, right? Blue Archive had a Twitch campaign too. Yeah. Although, to be fair, there are some people who play Blue Archive who stream on Twitch, right? Alienating an entire platform is slightly different to alienating just one specific content creator who has expressed in the past that he is averse to the kind of content that you make, right? I bet you that almost the entirety of CDog's sponsored Blue Archive stream would have been him sort of, putting on a performance of going, what is this? What is this? Rotating between embarrassment and disbelief at what is on screen. Come on, right? Like, do you really want to sell your product in that manner? No, probably not. Not if you actually want some sort of long-term profitability. Selling something based off of an ironic dissection of it is never, ever a good idea. Because people who are actually going to pay money for your product require sincerity in your marketing of it, right? Like, you may think that marketing something in a sincere manner is cringe, but guess who's going to be willing to pay money for a product? People who sincerely believe in it. So that irony-poisoned marketing has become so prevalent in the West, it doesn't work. It destroys franchises. It destroys fandoms. And frankly, I just wish that it would fucking disappear. It was a tired joke almost immediately after it became trendy, and it is more so than ever a desiccated blight on the entirety of our media and advertising landscape. Advertising and marketing has become a parody of itself as a discipline over the past decade or so because of how irony poisoned the entire thing has become. I think they just looked at Connor's fans as anime fans and thought that'd be enough. Yeah, but not all anime fans are made equal. Getting CDog was like getting a vegan to advertise a hamburger. Yeah. I don't doubt that he hand waved it away like, we have more sponsors, money, yeah. Yeah. But again, you don't want that kind of person to advertise your stuff, right? You think the last decade of Disney, Jaguar, and Gillette would have taught people? Yeah, but apparently not. Apparently not. See, that's the thing, right? Most people, when the advertising campaigns alienate them, they don't think about why. They just think that it's gross and weird and boring, and they disengage with the product, right? But that's why I find the subject so interesting, because here we talk about why those campaigns fail and why they're such bad ideas. COVID weebs are a different breed. I wouldn't even call them weebs, to be honest. That calling them weebs is stolen valor. The hood weeb. There is another term, but well, I'd get bonked for saying a slur. You need something genuine to sell something. My friend really likes Space Marines 2 as an example because of how unapologetically sincere and straight to the point the writing is on that game. Yeah, exactly. Because the thing is, right? It's like I said, where if who's going to pay money for something? People who sincerely believe in it. And, well, long term, you can't sell something off of a joke. You can't sell something off of an ironic haha if you want long-term profitability. So, what options do you have left? You have to sell it as if you believe in it, and that requires sincerity. Stolen weeb valor is crazy, but I won't disagree. I have seen other terms for hoodweebs be floated on Twitter. Some of them I think are quite amusing descriptors. You remind me of the English ads for Nikki. They were so cringe and bad that I'd argue they were better off, and they were better at anti-advertising. Yeah. We saw that with the fucking Hawk Tour girl. Yeah. Again, it's funny once. It's not funny after like 5 episodes. Keep fandoms for the freaks. Normies want to chase after the foundations. Chase away the foundation to the fandoms. Yeah, exactly. Normies poison everything they touch because they are cattle that are unable to actually muster a degree of passion, sincere passion for much of anything. They are a plague. And frankly, I want nothing to do with them in my niche hobby. I was in the trenches with lolly anime. The modern anime landscape is painful. Yeah, it's all shonen and isekai. Because people ain't gonna be one. It's not gonna be one haha with a joke unless you're a zoomer for some reason. On that note, buy chair coin. The normies will move on to something else soon enough. Yeah, exactly. Normies only want stimulation. They do not want entertainment. That's why I don't want them near my entertainment. You can tell a normie what to enjoy, and if you tell them forcefully enough and with the right methods, you will be able to dictate to them what their enjoyment consists of. That's part of why I believe that mainstream... Again, that's yet another reason why I believe mainstream audiences have nothing to offer to VTubing. Because if VTubing ever becomes dominant enough, if the right people become dominant enough, if they gain control over the mechanisms of mainstream media, they will be able to tell mainstream audiences that they should respect VTubing, and mainstream audiences will listen. It just needs to be done by a rich enough group of people with a sufficient degree of power over media agendas and stuff like that. So... My least favorite normies are the ones that want female space marines. Sisters of Battle are right there. Yeah, exactly. That's because they don't understand the medium that they're trying to enter. Right? It's, people who say that VTubers should be able to face reveal are people who miss the point of what VTubing is, right? Mercurius, thank you for the 5. Life is a well of delight, but where the rabble also drink, there all fountains are poisoned. Nietzsche. Very wise words. Bunch of gems every season. Normie death. Nah, they are too useful. They are too useful. Give me harem isekai slop or the new Doctor Who, and I'll take isekai any day. Agreed. You mean like Jocat? Yes, like Jocat. You know, actually, it's funny, because every now and again, when I scroll through Twitter, I see people go on and on about, oh, every VTuber I've ever met has been hot and stunning and beautiful, and I don't know why people call them 40-year-old men. Spoiler, it's because they don't understand the hobby or the medium. And I don't know why people think VTubers are ugly. And every single time, after I see something like that, I get flashbanged with this image. Hold on, let me pull it up. Let me swap screens for a second while I find the... Okay, let me grab it and put it on stream real quick. This is not really related to, like, you know, the nature of the medium or whatever. It's just a funny thing for me. You know, every time, like the Akira meme, every time I hear someone say, oh, every VTuber I've ever met has been beautiful, every VTuber I've seen has been stunning to look at, in my mind, I just get instantly flashbanged by this. No shit, Sherlock, all the VTubers you've met have been good looking, because otherwise they wouldn't have put you in a position to meet them. Like, this medium, don't get me wrong, right? I am also, you know, I have become a pretty Connect believer myself. But at the same time, you can't deny that this medium has utilities. And those utilities exist for a reason. And they are used very often for that reason. Right? Like, come on, man. Every time someone says something along those lines, I just... there's a part of me that instantly goes, have you ever thought about the medium? Right? Have you, you know, I feel like the only VTubing you know, or the only VTubers you know, are the types that go to cons, or possibly participate in the extracurricular activities at cons, if I want to be extra crude. But not, you know, not the average rank and file VTubers that make up the bulk of this industry, or this hobby, or this, you know, this subculture. Con VTubers are quite a different breed from, you know, your traditional VTuber, I'd say. Especially the ones that get up to funny business at said cons. Lamau. Like, again, if you're watching a VTuber and you care about their IRL appearance, you kind of... It's like two... It's like two aspects of the horse... It's like the two sides of the horseshoe. On one side, you have the people who are trying to attack VTubers on the basis of what they look like IRL. And on the other side, you have the people who are trying to defend VTubers on the basis of what they look like IRL. Both sides are missing the point, right? Both extremes don't seem to grasp what a VTuber is or supposed to be, right? It's... I always find it to be a very amusing dissent whenever that particular talking point becomes a thing again on VTuber Twitter, where, you know, it's always initiated by people going, VTubers are all 40-year-old men. They're all ugly people who cannot stream using a face cam. And on the other side, you have equally touristy people going, no, every VTuber is beautiful. I've seen them myself, etc., etc., etc. And it's just like, guys. VTuber? Virtual? Virtual? Anyone? Virtual? Have we all forgotten what the V stands for? But yeah, it's... What was sad, actually? There was one of the posts about XQC talking about how VTubers are all 40-year-old men or whatever. The thing that saddened me about that post wasn't the fact that, you know, XQC was saying that. It wasn't, you know, people being bothered by it, because it's understandable when people are bothered by it. What was saddening to me was how many quote-unquote VTubers got baited into face revealing in the quote tweets of that post. Like, come on. Can you make it any more obvious that you're not really in this because of the medium or the subculture? That you basically just chose it because you can't be bothered to put on makeup before every stream? Like, way to nullify the main utility of VTubing as a medium. Congratulations, you've really owned the people who don't give a shit and don't get a shit about how to, about how this thing works. Hooray. You really stuck it to the ignoramus. As an ugly 40-year-old man, I don't appreciate the appropriation. I'm sorry for your loss. Sauna? Yeah. Yeah, face revealing was a pretty nice self-report in my opinion. Thankfully, I've been spared from seeing any non-joke face reveals. Yeah, me too, me too. Me too. I think anyone who tries to face reveal just to prove they aren't ugly is throwing away the utility for such a frivolous reason that I think we can summarily conclude that they never gave a shit about it to begin with. Like, it's not even the fact that they did it, it's why they did it, and how, like I said, frivolous the rationale was. So, yeah. It was just really fucking stupid. Not all VTubers are made equal, and the ones that do face reveals on a whim are less equal than the rest. It's time for ugly bastards to liberate their identities. Start from Tsukihime because he's setting. Some VTubers used to be face streamers, but they don't care about face reveals, e.g. Matara. See, that's the thing, right? If you're gonna do it just to, make a point on social media to prove you're not ugly, I think less of you, because you were baited by the equivalent of a playground insult into throwing away the main utility of the medium you claim to represent. That's what bothers me. That's why I have disdain for those people. Kason is a special case because she streams as both IRL and VTuber, sometimes hybrid. That's like a content choice, though. That's not just her trying to prove that she's not actually ugly. I like Nova. Reason is she doesn't face reveal. She just doesn't. Yeah. If Armchair is actually a 20-year-old Japanese girl, I'm going to lose my mind. I don't think the voice filters are that good just yet. Getting a 20-year-old Japanese girl to sound like I do on stream, now that would be impressive. Kason gets complaints when she doesn't use her avatar. I think if people want to say that she's not really a proper VTuber, right? And they want to get into, if they want to get into discussions as to why that is, I think that's fair enough if some people want to make that argument. It's not really one that I'm personally willing to... It's not one that I'm keen on getting into myself, but, I understand why some people say that she's not really a VTuber anymore, more so a hybrid streamer or something. Or that she's not a VTuber because she only uses the model occasionally as, an aspect of her streams rather than the thing that defines the manner in which she streams, right? But again, that's an argument that I will leave for other people to have out. But again, the whole point is that those complaints do exist for a reason. That's because people want to try and, the more you care about a medium, the more you want to try and keep the definitions distinct and solid, right? Words have meaning, and those meanings are safeguarded by people who care enough to argue for them. Hazel's just doing her own thing, yeah. People are wanting Seanhead to get a VTuber model. I'm not one of those people. I think that, I don't know, I find that, funnily enough, this might tie into the sex demographics of the industry, but when I enjoy something, I don't feel the need to share it with other people. One of the things that I do find to be an interesting question, though it's not something that I'm currently in a position to sort of find the answer to right now. I do wonder, between creators in this space and viewers in this space, which of the two are more responsible for trying to push VTubing towards an audience that doesn't understand VTubing? I suspect it's going to be mostly talents. And yes, some of that is going to be for cynical reasons, most likely, because, better for business. If you push VTubing to people who aren't already familiar with VTubing, you expand the pool of people who would possibly watch you, yada yada. But I suspect that it also has to do with the way in which men and women tend to enjoy things differently. I find that when men have like a niche hobby or whatever, they don't really feel the need to share it proactively. I mean, they will be happy when they happen across someone else who does share it, right? But I don't think that it's so much of a thing where they try to push it to other people who aren't already familiar with it. Whereas with women, I tend to find that they very much... You guys tend to want affirmation in what you enjoy from other people, which I do find to be quite... there have been occasions where, like I'll have like a female friend tell me about something rather niche that she's enjoying, and like halfway through describing why she enjoys it, she has like this moment where reflexively she'll like look at me worried as if I'm about to like judge her for something, or she'll look for some sign that like I get it, right, or whatever, even though it's very clear that I don't share the same hobby or whatever. And this is a thing across a bunch of different people that I've spoken to who have very different personalities from one another. Like it's a very prevalent trend. So I do wonder if that plays a role in it as well. That's me with VTubing. I don't talk about it with other people. Yeah. I think both genders share it, but in different settings. Yeah. Probably. It's likely that likely plays a factor in it as well. Men want to find other fans to share the hobby. Women want to convert other people into their hobby. Yeah, I do find that seems to be a bit of a trend, right? I want company that also enjoys it. Yeah, no... The thing is, Jane, I don't think that's something that's unique to... I probably phrased that a little poorly, because I don't mean to imply that that's something that only women have, right? Because, like other people have been putting out in chat, that's something that both men and women have, right? It's unilateral across the sexes, that we want other people to enjoy our hobby. We want to be around other people who also enjoy the hobby, because it's affirming to have other people around you who share the same interests. The difference is, I suspect, how we tend to go about getting that, so to speak. Where, like Setium said, right? It seems to be the case where men are comfortable seeking out others who are already part of an existing pool, whereas women seem to seek to actively expand the pool by converting, so to speak, other people into it. Women, the original proselytes. It's funny, actually, when you read through classic literature, there is a bit of that theme that recurs when people describe famous literary female figures. I mean, starting from the earliest one in the Bible being Eve, right? The idea that she is she converted Adam into having the same wisdom as God by convincing him to eat from the tree of wisdom, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. So the idea of women as proselytes has always existed in media and in pop culture to some extent, if you know where to look for it. So it's a rather fascinating aspect of gender dynamics in any space where you have both men and women interacting with one another, especially things like fandoms. You need to learn about history. You must think about the Roman Empire, the Roman Empire at least once a day. All the best. Have a great day. Have a great too, Ruka. I think IMAS has unfortunately been at the very forefront of pushing VTubers as a niche to normies for the last 6 years. Yeah, I think that's the case too. And again, that has created for her a very unique set of problems where she often gets spurned by the very people she tries to play nice with. And when that happens, it gets chalked up to being hate directed at Iron Mouse and, all of that stuff. But again, that it gets said to be it's a VTuber problem. It's a VTuber problem. We are being persecuted by normies. And we are, but not because Iron Mouse is not an instance of that, right? Iron Mouse is wrong example for a correctly identified problem, wrong identified example, right? Where Iron Mouse's issues are not VTuber issues, in the sense that a lot of the issues that she faces are unique to her because of what she does as a content creator, rather than because of how she exists as a VTuber. Right? Not all Iron Mouse problems are VTuber problems. Most Iron Mouse problems are, I dare say, just Iron Mouse problems. Iron Mouse has been dealing with a hell of her own making since the VShojo shield was destroyed. Well, I mean, that was always going to happen, right? Suddenly, all of these indies no longer have a reason to play nice with the VShojo girls because there is no VShojo anymore, and it's not the biggest EN VTuber agency anymore. You know, that's another aspect of FaZe becoming the biggest EN corpo that I don't really like. It's the fact that there are now going to be a bunch of people who try to, who are going to try to sycophantically and obsequiously suck up to them, mostly because they are just the biggest EN-based corpo rather than any acknowledgement of their merits as talents or a company. That is something that I'm not looking forward to at all as a fan. The way Chairman says hate sounds like the same voice clip from the famous quote, I have no mouth and I must scream. Because when I say the word, I try to give it its due oomph, right? I want to give it its visceral impact that it deserves. I find that hate as a word has just been watered down far, far too much. People have forgotten that to hate something, to really hate something, you need to understand it. You can't hate something that you don't know. You can't hate something you don't care enough about to know. And when people chalk up this sort of the offhand, ignorant, callous remarks that online, that people online tend to sling at anything that they don't understand, and they equate that to hate, I don't like that because it waters down the word. A lot of what Iron Mouse gets from normies is not hate. It's just, like I said before, ignorance and callousness, but it's not hate. They don't get her. They don't get what she represents, or at least what she's trying to represent. And so I don't think that hate is the right word. It goes beyond just semantics to properly being able to identify what exactly you're talking about. Because again, hate is a word I reserve for people who actually understand the thing that they are commenting on. And normies do not fit that bill. The people Iron Mouse is trying to introduce VTubing to do not fit that bill. Something, that's why racists know so much about other cultures more than the average Joe. Yeah, exactly. Right? Chairman, start voicing AM. Or AM. Maybe I should do an AM monologue read at some point as members only content. I feel like the AM monologue is, one of the... I don't know. I feel like maybe the AM monologue could be something that I end up doing for future members content. Hate requires negative passion. Exactly, but still requires passion, which normies lack. Yeah, derision's probably a better word, Ruka. Derision is a better word. Callous, ignorant derision is not the same thing as hate. And I think that hate is bandied around as a word far too often. I like Mouse, but I've always taken issue with how she says she wants to hand VTuber mods to everyone as if she was Oprah. I think Mouse has much the same problem as Oprah, to be completely honest. She doesn't seem to, See, the thing is, a lot of people view Iron Mouse as this sort of poor little sick girl who's trapped in her room. And they won't admit to it, especially her supporters who treat her this way won't admit to it, but it's a big part of the reason why they infantilize her, and you can see it. You can see that that's the way they think of her in the way that they infantilize her. They don't treat her as an adult. They don't treat her as a content creator who bears both agency and responsibility for her own choices and actions and who she chooses to interact with, right? But in spite of once you look past all of that babying, right, there are aspects to Iron Mouse's conduct that do suggest that she is very, very capable of behaving in a cynical manner. And I think that that's quite under-acknowledged, frankly. Iron Mouse hasn't been malicious, so I'm annoyed with her, but I have no hate. That's fair enough. I'm much the same. I don't hate Iron Mouse, but I am also frustrated at how how irrational, illogical, and self-destructive her actions have been. And what I do hate are the vocal minority portions of her fan base that are both overly protective of her to the point where all criticism is chalked up as hate, but also the people who try to present her as some sort of paragon and representative, be-all, end-all spokeswoman for VTubing as a whole. That is what I do not like, and that is what I both understand and have an immense distaste for, to the point where I would say I hate people who do that. Because that kind of cattle mindset is part of what waters down hobbies, passions over time. I do not at all approve of that. I think that that should be gatekept, shamed, stigmatized, and laughed right out of any space whatsoever that it emerges. Iron Mouse has basically abandoned her VTuber Academy winner. He gets, like, no attention. Who was the winner again? I forget. I'd copy-paste the quote in chat on the off chance that Chairman reads it, but it goes over the text limit. You mean the Am monologue? All criticism is treated as you're just a hater, you're just angry. I've seen that before. Yeah. Bishoujo's fanbase was very much that kind of demographic. And that demographic hasn't gone away, even though the company has. More's the pity. I'm not a fan of the deification of Iron Mouse either. Yeah, I'm not a fan of it either. I don't like halo effects around people, not even people I like, mostly because it tends to be bad in the sense that it undermines legitimate criticism, and it emboldens people who simply don't give a shit to begin with. Salem something, let me find him. Therefore, chair pedestaling the unfortunate outcome of being the top in this industry. Yeah. The thing is, when people talk about what makes Iron Mouse's career impressive, right? They talk about how she managed to become so big despite all of her health conditions holding her back. And yeah, that is impressive. But it also has no bearing on whatever conversation we're having about how she introduces bad actors into the industry by trying to play nice with them. And that's the thing that most of her most ardent defenders tend to miss, or perhaps don't even register. Salem Silent Grave. Being on a pedestal makes your fall more painful. That is true, that is true. Forgive me, I just know Iron Mouse can sing well and that's it. Again, there are very objective reasons to like Iron Mouse as a person. She's done an immense amount of good for people who happen to suffer from CVID through her work with the Immune Deficiency Foundation. She is a fantastic singer. She has been, kind enough to help smaller creators than her with, shout-outs, raids, events, and stuff like that. But that should be regarded as a separate point rather than a mitigating point when it comes to acknowledging the fact that she has a rather detrimental effect on the industry, medium, and subculture in terms of the people she tries to introduce to VTubing. Because make no mistake, Kai Cenat may not be actively malicious, but his audience was the wrong group of people to try and get into VTubing or to try to appeal to with a collab. People may be in denial about that, but I think the proof is in the pudding. It's just that no one wants to acknowledge that the cake is missing after they've eaten it. Or acknowledge why the cake is missing after they've eaten it, so to speak. Looked at Salem Silent Grave. Hold on, what is this? We switch over to the head hot screen while I look this up. Yeah. You hater. You ableist. Oh, was this a VTuber who won Iron Mouse's concert? Won her competition, sorry. Huh. Oh well. To be fair, in real life, sometimes bastards get abandoned too. But, oh well. I can say that because I am one. But in any case... Yeah, see, this is the difference, right? This is what I mean by cynical. Because... How do I say this? There is a difference between being a proper parent or mentor that brings someone into something and essentially siring a bastard in a fandom or in a niche. When you sire a bastard, what you do is you give them the aesthetics, you give them some of the tools, you give them, you basically make it so that they will entirely be defined by their relation to you, but they will never be able to strike out on their own. And when I look at something like Salem Silentgrave, that's what I see. Someone who does not seem to be able to have hacked it on their own as a VTuber after Iron Mouse's influence is gone. That's like, you're not really raising children in that sense, right? When she collabed with Kai, yeah. That's the thing that I was referring to earlier. Like, you can palm off a model, you can give a model to anybody, right? But if you actually want them to be a VTuber, you're gonna have to be a little more selective than just that. Right? You're gonna have to give a little more support than just, here's a model, have fun. I'm sure being a VTuber will be great for you. It goes a little deeper than that, unfortunately. You're not really raising children. See what you did there? Yep. Don't hate bastards. Look. Things aren't as bad for us nowadays as they were in the olden times. Being a bastard in modern society is a good deal better than we would have had it a few decades ago, even. But I would make the argument that being a bastard builds character. Think Mr. Beast's brother was like that to start with. He took a break, then completely abandoned his previous channel to start over and trying to completely dissociate with Mr. Beast? Yeah. When a big content creator tries to hand a career to a smaller one, it is a little bit of a poison chalice, to be completely honest. Because you have a lot of work to do in trying to separate your brand from theirs and become your own thing independently of them. And the thing is, most content creators who get their start from a bigger one in that manner are not going to say this because you don't want to look ungrateful. But that is very much something that, that is a factor that inhibits the success of people who were given what may at first glance look like just a boon by a bigger content creator. Right? So... It built Jon Snow's character, yeah. Iron Mouse's Academy doesn't teach about... I view Iron Mouse's Academy in a very similar way that I view Kai Cenat's Streamer Academy, right? They're not designed to actually teach you how to be a content creator, but more so to, It's a kind of competition come clout farming event, right? And again, there's nothing wrong with that inherently. That's how the game is played. It's just that people don't like acknowledging that their favorite content creator is playing that game. They don't like thinking that their favorite content creator is a gamer in that sense. The Academy just gives them a model. Yeah, like I said, it's the difference between raising a child and siring a bastard. Akira? With Iron Mouse, I don't know if she ever... when you baby someone, you tend to make it very difficult for them to develop character arc-wise. That's why I don't like when people are excessively babied in spite of being adults. Funnily enough, it's also why this is... I don't know if I've talked about this on stream before, but... One of the personal things that I'm not quite sure I like about VTubing is how the infantilization aspect of VTubing, in terms of the dynamic that can commonly emerge between the creator and their audience. I don't like how that interacts with being a single parent, or specifically being a single mother, because single mother VTubers are significantly more prevalent than single dad VTubers. I think Vedal is the only one that I actually know about, and that's saying a lot about that particular niche. But if there is one group of people you do not ever want to infantilize, who you do not want to encourage to behave or think like a child, it is single parents. And I think that, to be honest, in society, single mothers are infantilized enough without a content niche on the internet amplifying that effect even further. So, while I do appreciate, the wholesome clips or whatever that do emerge from, single mother VTubers here and there is that aspect of VTubing that makes me uncomfortable with that specific combination of traits. Remember how coddled Pokimane was and how she's marrying herself? Yeah. Pokimane is kind of the streamer epitome of what happens when you just don't grow up because of your job. It is, in truth, quite horrifying to watch for me. I have my 14-year-old, so yeah, I refuse to be babied. Granted, I'm not already... Yeah, exactly. Like, when I look at the way that you interact with your fan base, for example, I don't see any sort of, like, babying or infantilization going on, right? You guys banter with one another, and, you guys are supportive. Your fan base is supportive, but they don't infantilize you. Which is why, when I look at your content, when I look at you as a creator, there's nothing that ever, nothing ever bothers me about that, right? Because the whole being a mother thing does not... It doesn't interact with, the tendency in this industry for audience infantilization of the talent. But there have been other instances where I have seen those two things coincide with one another, and it makes me feel very, ugh. Vedal feels like a single dad. Like he feels like he gives single father energy. He radiates single father energy. New concern unlocked. This is what I mean, right? When, understanding things does not make you happier, right? Wisdom is not... It doesn't make you better in that sense. It doesn't increase your ability to enjoy things. It just makes what you already enjoy perhaps a little more stable. Wisdom will give you peace, but it won't give you happiness. Chairman is 30 minutes past sauna time by now. I should probably end stream pretty soon to get something to eat. I feel like the point of Ironmaster's Academy was to bring streamers a VTuber persona to life. See, that's the thing, right? Realistically, if I'm being honest, the average person who would sign up to Ironmaster's VTuber Academy is not someone who I think cares about VTubing as a subculture, as a medium, as an industry. I don't think that's the case, to be completely honest. The rat I'm raising is that Pokimane is actually engaged, but the whole being engaged to herself deal is just a smokescreen so she can start wearing a ring. I think that's possible. Yeah, I think it's possible. But I mean, why pretend, As when you get to Pokimane size, and especially when you're as vocal as she is about how, you don't be a parasocial weirdo, then pull the trigger. Hold your audience to that standard. Announce that you are engaged. Right? Like, if that's really the case, we can definitely talk more about this later. Yeah, no, for sure. This is probably a topic that I would at some point like to bring up, right? But most of the VTubers who are mothers that I have seen have had very good sense about, you know, fulfilling their role as a parent simultaneously as fulfilling their role as a content creator. Right? I thought she has a boyfriend. I mean, with Pokimane, who knows, man? Have you noticed that YouTube doesn't tell you the lengths of live streams anymore? I haven't noticed that. I haven't noticed that. A new thing that I'll be taking note of nowadays. Should have just done it like Matsuri publicly through a collab and talent displays, if any. True. Should be connected. Okay. Guys, are we back? Did OBS... Okay, OBS reconnected, thank goodness. She wouldn't get the same treatment if she revealed she's engaged. Yeah, and that's the thing. I do wonder how much of Iron Mouse's current treatment, how much her audience's current infantilization of her stems from the fact that she is not acknowledged as being, you know, a grown woman who can make her own choices. You croaked for a second, but it's all good? Alright. I think that's a sign that I should probably, I should probably end stream. Single mother tuba I vaguely know of is Otsuka Rei, I think her name was. Yeah. Yeah. And this is more of a personal thing, but I personally don't see the appeal in branding branding that includes and or revolves around being a single parent. Frankly, I don't think being a single parent is something that should be marketable, to be honest, because it is no walk in the park, believe you me, nor is being the child of a single parent. It still tells me the stream length on mobile when I hold the red circle. Ah, okay, I see. Zalzaraz, thank you for the 10. Iron Mouse also did a stream on you know from 2017 to 2020. She collabed with Normies. I remember those streams. She was those streams, she was odd with her description. You know, first and only anime waifu, snarky, sweet variety VTuber. Now that is not Iron Mouse lore that I am familiar with. So interesting. It's an underdog story. Yeah. It's pity money. It's pity money. Fair enough, fair enough. And again, that's understandable, right? But child, cute, simple as, yeah, I suppose. But yeah, it's more so the dynamics of the thing that I don't like, I suppose. The dynamics of the thing that I don't like when applied on a social scale, on a wider scale. I'd want to reiterate, there is a difference when I talk about things in the abstract or in a wider social, you know, in the sense of a wider social trend, as opposed to talking about individual case studies of something. When I say that, for example, branding around VTubers being single mothers is something that generally I don't find to be very, you know, personally appealing, or something that makes me personally uncomfortable. That is not me saying that I think that all single mother VTubers should be discontinued or whatever, or that they are all secretly evil and exploiting their children for clicks. No, not at all. But yeah, it's more just a personal thing. What the heck is a you now? I was asking much the same question. I don't talk about my kid often unless I ask about her opinion on stream. Oh, sorry, on something, but I make sure I'm muted. She has never been on stream. Yeah, and I think that overall that's probably the healthy, or at least based off of the incidents that we have seen over the years of parents bringing their children onto the internet, especially as part of their content. I think that when you are a parent and a content creator, that is objectively the healthiest thing you can do for your child in the long term, right? keeping your child off stream is like, you know, if they're just a baby and their contribution is basically showing off that they're learning new words or whatever, you know, that's sweet, that's wholesome. I don't think there's really any harm in that, right? But there comes a certain point where it is probably much better for both the child and the content in the long term to make sure that they're not a central part of it, right? So I think that you choosing to keep your kid off of your streams is, I think it's a unilaterally applaudable decision. So yeah, like, I think I'm not so heartless to be able to say that I don't see any appeal in getting to see a mother or a dad's interaction with their kid on stream, right? Like, you know, it's really cute when, you know, for example, you have a streamer showing off being proud of the fact that their kid has expanded their vocabulary over the last week or so, right? Like, I'm not that dead inside that I can't see the appeal of that. But I'm also of the opinion that children do not belong on the internet, and certainly not as content. So, I was watching the new shoe video. I was asking if her friends heard of Wiz. She said no, and I was like, thank God. Good. Holy shit. If any child knows of Wiz, that's holy. That is a sign that something is very, very wrong in terms of the friends that they are interacting with at school. That is RP completely separate from their actual selves. Yeah. Wiz, if you're curious about what Wiz is, I recommend going to check out Shoe on Head. Her most recent video is about that. But to sum it up, let's say, for example, imagine this scenario. A group of executives are sitting in a boardroom. One of them asks, let's make an app, right? Any ideas? One of the executives sitting in the room says, how about Tinder, but for children? And imagine if, instead of having that executive immediately arrested or placed under suspicion by federal authorities, the other people in the room instead clapped their hands and said, that's an excellent idea. Let's get to it. That's what Wiz is. Yeah, I had much the same reaction when I learned of its existence too. Yeah. Sometimes tech bros really do need to be put in jail. Arrested, defenestrated. Agreed. Yeah, so the original Tinder. Yeah, basically. Funnily enough, yeah, for those who don't know, Tinder did actually start off as being aimed at kids. Or aimed at teens, I should say. Well, teens and kids are the same thing in my eyes. But yeah, it's yeah. The world of dating apps is a fucked up one, to be sure. Actually, funnily enough, if you're interested in learning more about how dating apps may be a little bit more fucked up than you may initially have thought, I did a stream at some point last year about hyperopia. I think it's called the biggest threat to a free society. Or the greatest threat to a free society. I forget exactly what the wording was, but yeah. Basically, did you know that Me Too has sponsors, and one of those sponsors is Match Group, a holding company that currently owns the world's largest portfolio of dating apps. And on the surface, that makes sense, right? You know, they're a company that wants to look like they are for sexual safety, right? But it takes on a little bit of a different color when you realize that Me Too is one of the most commonly cited reasons as to why people no longer approach one another in real life to, you know, with romantic intentions. It's a little conspiracy brained, but very. I think it's an interesting coincidence. Where are the servers? I'll visit it with a heavy flamer. I have no idea. All I know is that the founder of Wiz was supposedly French. So that's yet another French L. Oh, man. I don't know what they do to you guys over there, but whatever it is, I hope they stop. I joined to learn such information. I want to turn the internet off now. Yeah, understandable reaction to learning that this app exists, to be honest. In any case, hold on. I'm going to end the stream here. In terms of most maligned races, you know, people like to go on and on about black and white, and I think that's mostly a symptom of how Americanized our media is. But I think the real contenders for, you know, I think the real contenders for races that get the most flack, and this is without any commentary on whether it's deserved or not, I think if we're going to make a short list of races that catch the most flack in general, I don't think white or black are even anywhere near the top 3 or 5. I think it's going to be some sort of a toss-up between Filipinos, Indians, or the French. Some combination of those 3. Hold on, let me take a look. I'm going to hold on. Let me see who else is live right now who I can raid. First cuties, now this. What about Middle Easterns? I think Middle Easterns may be top 5. I think Middle Easterns may be top 5. So, why Filipino? Anywhere where you have access to internet, you will see Filipino bashing where free speech is allowed. Filipinos are also some of the more Menhera demographics that are, you know, that are capable of entering online fandoms. At least in my experience. I have had some wild interactions with just, not even as a content creator, just on the internet in general, as a denizen going about my own business with Filipino natives on the internet. It is the reputation. It's not without reason. It's not without reason. Filipinos are the strongest race. Certainly in some senses of the word, yes. Hello, I'm Filipino. I'm sorry for your loss, Ransan. I hope you all understand this is in good fun. This is just ribbing in good fun. You've alerted the horde. It's okay, it's okay. My last isolated conflict online was with a Filipino. Yes, I know, I know. It's okay. You guys are generally pretty cool. From the perspective of a content creator, the Philippines are generally fine. But when you create schizos, holy fuck, your schizos are a whole different breed. Jay, thank you for the 5. Happy New Year's, Chair. I hope 2026 is a good year for you. Thank you. I hope 2026 is a good year for you too. Thank you for the generosity. Let me look through my members and super chats just to make sure I didn't miss any. Macarius, thank you for the 5. Oh, my brothers, am I then cruel? But I say, that which is falling should also be pushed. Another banger from Nietzsche. Let me look through some of the others. I think... Michael Ora, thank you for the 2. Damn YouTube censorship. Oh, I didn't see which message got removed. Apologies. Michael Ora, thank you for the 5. Sorry, I'll be a VOD watcher this time around. I'm at work, but I want to make sure, Chairman, feet reveal when, please. Oh, wait, I already read that one out. Where is the feet reveal? Chairman is... bingo card / tier list for 2026. I think I'll do that at some point in January, because I think I have plenty of time in January before something major happens that I might want to do a stream about anyways. I'm crossing my fingers that's the case anyways. We're just schizo derogatory. See, that's what I like about you guys. The thing that I like about Filipinos is that even if people poke fun at you guys, most of you have pretty thick skin, right? That's what I like about you guys. Must embrace the inner sea monkey. Asian racism is something else. I can't help but respect the hustle. Never ask a Chinese mainlander what they think of literally every other group of people around the world. If you are... if you have Western sensibilities, you will not be rewarded very kindly. But I like that aspect of Chinese mainlanders because I appreciate not having any filter. Especially Vietnam. Never ask Chinese people about the Japanese. You will not hear very favorable words. Aggroed Filipinos are imperial guardsmen. We also engage in a lot of self-deprecating humor. I think that feeds into the thick skin, you know? Did we ever mention FaZe-Con and Anya's debut? I think I said something about it in the pre-show yapping portion of the stream. In any case, hold on. Let me look at who's live right now. Oh, Sheena's live right now. She's playing Chinese Monopoly. Okay. Now this is something I have to see. All right, we're going to be raiding into Sheena. As per usual, guys, remember, keep what we talk about on stream here. When you guys enter her chat, I want you to blend in seamlessly. And, yeah. Behave yourselves. Give yourselves... conduct yourselves well. Give us a good representation of what the Footstools are about. By which I mean blend in with the butter cookies as seamlessly as you can. And yeah... I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you for tuning in to this rather impromptu stream. And I hope to be able to see you guys next week, where we will be talking about Le Dread de Google Dockies. But anyways, thank you again for watching. And I'll see you next week. Otsu Chair. Oh, wait, sorry, I forgot. Tomorrow, 3 p.m. CST, was it? I'm going to be appearing on Lumicast in order to talk about the whole Streamer Awards incident. So, yeah, if you're interested in that, feel free to tune in tomorrow as well. Oh, also, Morlington's Oshipush tournament is coming soon. January 6th is when it starts. First match is going to be, if I remember correctly, it is going to be... Fuck, I need to... I remember Necros is the second. I forgot who was the first. Hold on. Hold tight. I'll find it on Twitter. And I'll rattle it off real quick. Morlington's Oshipush tournament begins on January 6th, starting with an opening match between... Oh, for fuck's sake, let me find it. Between Extra Mayo and Lazy Clipper. So you'll be seeing, for those who've been keeping up with Oshipush stuff in my audience, you will be seeing a matchup between Tenma and Iori. It is going to be glorious. With a matchup like that, it cannot be anything short of entertaining. Alright, in any case, thank you for hanging on while I rattled all those things off. Zalzaraz, thank you for the 2. You now still exist as... Oh, okay, so it's a streaming site. Right. Thanks for the additional info. Alright, Arch is being lazy, so I'm hosting on his channel. I see. Alright, so yeah. If you guys are interested in those things, please check them out. Please show Morlington some love when the tournament actually rolls around. He's been having a little bit of a rough time recently, so he could do with it, to be completely honest. I think the man deserves all the love in the world. And yeah, Otsu Chair.